Oh, good morning, everybody, and we're underway. Usual health and safety very quickly on this occasion. Doors that came in are the exit doors in case of emergency. Assembly area is facilities are outside those doors, and cell phones off. We're underway. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I appear this morning with Gus Griffin, who works in my team as a co-author of the submissions, and Gus's job is to wrangle our witnesses, make sure that everybody is in the right place at the right time. We have prepared for each of the witnesses, or rather they have, and we have printed a brief summary statement that we will provide to you both electronically and hard copies, so to avoid you needing to take notes as they summarise their key points at the start of their presentations. What I propose to do is to make some brief thematic comments arising from questions between you and Ms. Boyd and from Mr. Logan's submissions yesterday, and then to work my way through my written and legal submissions. I will do my best not to read it all to you, but there are certainly key themes there that I think we need to dwell on. So, starting yesterday with Mr. Logan's submissions, they were typically careful and orthodox in their recount of the requirements of the Act. But really the difference between his submissions and my client's case is summarised in paragraphs 1 and 2. Because Mr. Logan set out the introduction statement to the RPS, and it began with this sentence: Otago's people and communities rely on the natural resources that Otago's environment provides to enable their social, economic and cultural well-being. Well, my submission to you is that's a very good start, and it's a correct statement. The difficulty is that that statement does not find its way into the rest of the document. And really, if I can summarise my client's case in a short, pithy way, that's the problem here that we're asking you to address. That first sentence needs to find its way into the policies and methods of the RPS. And really, my 26 pages of legal submissions are addressed in various different ways why that is so, and seeks to explain why it hasn't. So where Mr. Logan says it is paragraph 2, the land and freshwater chapter confronts the regional implications of the use, development and protection of land and fresh water, he is correct about that insofar as management of effects on natural resources are concerned. But in my submission, that statement is inaccurate in terms of the regional implications of the use of land, which is the relevant bit for this hearing, from a social and economic perspective. So we say, as a matter of fact, as a matter of interpretation, the RPS doesn't deal with the regional implications of significant land use, and it must. And so that brings me to the questions of Ms. Boyd yesterday. And you will see in my written submissions, I return to the officer's reports and develop the same thing. I'll come back to it. But the gist of Ms. Boyd's answers to, particularly, Mr. Chairman, your questions, were that if we get the environment right, then the use of resources is available. So if we have abundant fresh water, if we have land that's been looked after, then so will those resources provide for the needs of the community. Now, That's a seductive idea. And it is derived from the explanation of Tamana Otawai in the NPSFM itself. But the problem with it is that it misses out the logical next step, which is to say, well, communities would only be provided for by those resources if they are permitted to have access to them. And what this RPS does not do is say anything about how access to resources is to be had. And that brings me to my next oral submission, and arising from a question from Commissioner Sullivan about how will a user of this document apply it in the future. And for my clients, it has two very significant roles to play. The first in time is it must be given effect to in the preparation of the Land and Water Regional Plan. And it will be a function of the Land and Water Regional Plan to do things like set minimum flows for rivers. I don't know whether the Land and Water Regional Plan is going to do things like set primary allocation limits like the existing operative plan does. We just don't know yet. But the concern for my clients is that if there is nothing in the RPS which acknowledges that they should have access to natural resources, be it the way in which they're permitted to use their own land, or be it access to public natural resources such as water, how is it that integrated decisions can be made in the Land and Fresh Water Plan if that fundamental access requirement for communities to provide for themselves is not mentioned? So my clients say, if this RPS goes forward, they will be in no position to meaningfully participate in the next round because they are missing from the policy framework. Now, the second way in which this RPS will need to be applied is in relation to consenting decisions. Now, it is still the case, whether it will be by the time we get to 2026 and beyond, I don't know, but it is still the case that a regional policy statement must be had regard to in resource consent decisions. And so it must be a document that decision makers on resource consents can refer to and understand what the community's priorities are. Now, I've been involved in, I forget how many permit reconsenting applications in the last 7 or 8 years, including perhaps the leading decision that Mr. Logan and I were involved with, that the Lindis catchment, which went to the High Court and back. But inevitably, when consenting decisions are made about access to fresh water, there is a tension between the functional needs of farming in relation to water security and irrigation and affordability, productivity, all of those things that the witnesses talk about, and the first tier issues under Te Mana o Te Wai. What are the needs of the river? I will come to Te Mana o Te Wai later in my legal submissions, but my point for you is put yourselves in the position of a consenting panel and ask yourself, does this RPS assist you to resolve the how much question? To what extent are the health needs of the river, however that may be measured, we don't have tools for measuring that in the RPS just yet, to what extent does that priority integrate with the needs of communities to provide for their economic well-being through farming? Because as I will develop in when I come back to my written submissions, it's not wholly one or the other. Farmers understand that they don't have a right to access fresh water, it's a permission. But at the same time, if you apply the prioritization in Te Mana o Te Wai, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, literally, how do you ever justify taking any water out of the river? How would you ever be able to call evidence that the river didn't need that cubic meter of water? Didn't need it. Natural resources are not susceptible to binary decisions in that way. There is inevitably a policy tension to be resolved. But the RPS doesn't tell you about that tension. It simply repeats, and we'll come to this in relation to the land and freshwater domain chapter, avoid, 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 avoid. It doesn't tell you what to enable, to use the language that Mr. Chairman, you used with the reporting officer yesterday. And that's a fundamental flaw and renders the document unhelpful to decision makers further down the track. It doesn't tell you what this community's priorities are. So that is kind of my oral snapshot of why we're here. And with that summary, I'll take you through my written stuff. Well, is this really a freshwater submission? The original submissions lodged by the three parties that I represent were very wide-ranging, but they all stem from the same core problem, which is the fundamental failure of the council to comply with its duties under sections 530 and 59 to 62 of the Act, which is to state the resource management issues for the region and to state the objectives and policies in relation to those issues. To understand why that matters, it is necessary to observe the way in which that failure affects what I call the engine room domain chapters. Because the preliminary chapters, the issues, and the integrated management chapters then find their way into the domains, which is where the key decisions around policy priorities happen. These submissions do not ask the panel to make changes to provisions identified as freshwater provisions, but they do ask the panel to consider those provisions so that the consequences can be understood. For that reason, all of the submitted evidence is being called now, even where much of it might be directed to freshwater matters. The submitters want to tell you their whole story so you can understand their complaint. Well, how did we get here? It is important to understand why the RPS was notified, given that we have a partially operative 2019 RPS. To go back in history, for most of the last 100 years, water for farming in Otago's Water Short Central in particular have been supplied through the old system of mining privileges from the gold rush area. The Crown then in the early 20th century began converting those privileges and some mining infrastructure to irrigation schemes around the First World War to open up land, particularly for returning soldiers to farm and to allow some of the bigger runs to be broken up. At that stage, mining privileges were property rights. They were perpetual and couldn't be revoked without compensation. The Crown thus established irrigation schemes that had perpetual rights. In the late 1980s economic reforms of the fourth Labour government, the Crown's Otago irrigation schemes were sold to the farmers that received the water. The ink was scarcely dry on those transfers when the passing of the Resource Management Act 1991 converted mining privileges into deemed permits that expired on the 30th anniversary. Something over 500 deemed permits were due to expire then in 2021. That was unwelcome news to the farmers that had just bought the schemes from the Crown. In the first quarter century of the Otago Regional Council, farmers were encouraged to invest in efficient irrigation methods to support applications for freshwater permits. Now, I should pause there and mention that Susie McKeague, who's going to be giving evidence, was an officer of the Regional Council at that time and actively involved with the farming communities on that program. So if you had questions about that and what the council was doing, Susie would be the ideal person to talk to. That process was supported by provisions in the Regional Plan Water that was notified in 1998. Many did so, that is, upgrading their irrigation, adding substantial debt to their balance sheets to invest in the storage of water and conversion from floods to spray irrigation. Farmers began to organise themselves into catchment groups to apply for replacement permits. The first big irrigation scheme off the blocks was the Lindis catchment. The Lindis catchment group began working on their replacement permit strategy in about 2007-2008. Substantial resource science, research and community consultation was carried out by both the Regional Council and LCG. On the 8th of August 2015, the ORC notified a change to its Regional Plan Water, Plan Change 5A, to introduce minimum flow and primary allocation limits for the Lindis catchment. The purpose was to provide a framework for the replacement permit applications to be determined. The notified PC5A limits were wildly at variance with the public consultation proposal produced by the ORC's resource science team. LCG considered that the notified limits adopted by the ORC would not allow the continuance of farming in that catchment. The ORC's resource science manager, the late Matt Hickey, resigned and started working as a consultant for LCG. In 2016, the Lindis Catchment Group appealed the ORC's decision on the plan change to the Environment Court and then sought direct referral of its replacement permit applications so that they could all be heard together. In its first decision on the plan change, the Environment Court was critical of the Regional Plan Water's policy framework to address water allocation. Nevertheless, LCG's appeal was allowed and replacement permits were granted. Fish and Game appealed to the High Court, but their appeal failed. While all that was going on, Council was making progress reconsenting other schemes. And I've given you a list on the footnote of the ones that I was personally involved with that were consented during that time. The political fallout from the Environment Court's decisions on the LCG case and the ORC's reconsenting of other catchments was substantial. In 2019, Minister Parker appointed Professor Peter Skelton under Section 24A to investigate the Council's carrying out of its functions in relation to freshwater management. This includes the implication of the then NPSFM 2017. I've set out at length Professor Skelton's summary of his report. The particular passage that I want to draw your attention to on page 4 is the third paragraph down, third and fourth really. When Professor Skelton recommended that a fit-for-purpose freshwater management planning regime was required. And Professor Skelton's recommendation was the Minister should recommend that the Otago Regional Council adopts a comprehensive program of work to involve a complete review of the RPS. Professor Skelton made 2 other recommendations, including extending the term of the deemed permits, and some legislative reform that the Minister declined to accept. But the Minister did, and I say at paragraph 18, recommend that the ORC take all necessary steps to develop a fit-for-purpose freshwater management regime that gives effect to the relevant national instruments. What I say is that the Minister's focus on freshwater management as being the need for a new RPS is clear. Plan Change 7 was introduced as a temporary holding measure. While the Plan Change 7 process was underway, ORC staff worked directly with Ngārunanga's consultants as they were entitled to do. There was no direct engagement with farmer representative groups beyond the statutory process. Given the Minister's direction and the interest engaged, a very narrow policy focus is therefore unsurprising. To put that change in context, it is useful to observe what the existing instruments say. Chapter 6 of the Regional Plan Water deals with water quantity, and it contains the following objective: to provide for the needs of Otago's primary and secondary industries and community domestic water supplies. And you can see the first sentence of the explanation is remarkably similar to the first sentence of the RPS introduction that I read from Mr. Logan's submissions. But the explanation goes on to say the present and reasonably foreseeable needs for water will therefore need to be met, whereas in this RPS there's nothing of that flavour. No party in the Lindis case, not the Environment Court nor Professor Skelton subsequently in his recommendation to the Minister, suggested that this objective was factually wrong or somehow inappropriate. Yet Lindis could not have been reconsented without the court being able to rely upon that objective. The underlying words are statements of fact. My submission to you is that they are as accurate today as they were when they were adopted. The partially operative RPS 2019 is a recent instrument and is succinctly expressed. Yet it still manages to recognise the importance of the use of land and fresh water in Objective 1.1, and I've set that out for you there. And then there is a specific policy relating to water allocation, recognising and providing for the social and economic benefits of sustainable water use. By contrast, the proposed RPS does not specifically acknowledge an intention to enable water to be allocated to economic uses at all. Nor does it acknowledge that regionally significant land uses depend upon access to fresh water to sustain people and communities. These are matters relevant to council statutory functions. Those wider functions have not been altered by the NPSFM 2020. Thus, when the Minister called for a fit-for-purpose freshwater management regime, he did not and could not ask the Council to ignore the range of other matters required of an RPS by the Act. The case for ORUG, Federated Farmers and Dairy NZ, is that the RPS is an overreaction to the Skelton report and the Minister's recommendation. There is nothing in the proposed RPS that addresses how communities provide for their social and economic well-being. There is nothing to reflect the critical statement in Objective 6.3.2 of the Regional Plan Water or the statements in the partially operative RPS. In the proposed RPS, issue statements SMR I5 and I10 discuss the demand for fresh water and the effects of activities on fresh water, but express no need nor intention to enable people to have access to water except for cultural reasons. The land and freshwater domain chapter is silent about whether social and economic needs of people and communities should be sustained by having access to land and freshwater. The policy framework is entirely expressed in the negative, namely, it only deals with things to be avoided. And at footnote 8, at the foot of the page, I've tracked how that approach to the policy framework is consistent with the other chapters. So one wonders upon what evidence or advice the Regional Council has decided that a matter of critical economic importance to the community in 2019 is now not sufficiently important to justify a single enabling objective and policy in the proposed RPS. So why does all this matter? If the RPS does not acknowledge the critical importance of farming to Otago's communities, and farming in turn relies on them securing suitable quantities of water, then on what policy basis could the future land and water regional plan allocate water for that purpose? What policy considerations are relevant in relation to things like the setting of minimum flow limits for rivers? The RPS offers no direction. Section 67.3 of the Act requires a regional plan to give effect to an RPS. So a failure at RPS level will therefore cause a cascade of failures at every step below. The proposed RPS sets the land and water regional plan up to fail the community. What I have done in the next section of my submissions is track through section 30 and section 61, the statutory obligations in the preparation of an RPS. Perhaps the thing that I want you to note is the statutory purpose of an RPS in section 59 that I deal with at my paragraph 33. Achieve the purpose of the Act by providing an overview of the resource management issues of the region and policies and methods to achieve integrated management of the natural and physical resources of the whole region. So the point about reminding you about that section is it's not just enough to identify issues. The section 59 requires there to be policies and methods in relation to those issues. I've set out in paragraphs 34 and 35 references to the evidence about the ways in which integrated management is achieved on farm. And you'll be hearing from, for example, Luke Kane from down south and Kelly Heckler from Omakau, the ways in which on-farm decisions reflect their understanding of Kaiuta Kitai. But there's nothing in the RPS which recognises the way in which all of those policy threads come together in the way in which farming decisions have to be made by farmers in using their land. And so we say that when you look at that evidence, and if you accept the proposition that there is a lacuna in the policy framework, we say the optimum answer to that is a new rural chapter that integrates all of the issues that apply to farming in one place. So coming to my paragraph 37, my submission, a clear sign of where things have gone astray, is set out in the introduction and general themes section 42A report, paragraph 117. Now, I don't need to read that to you. I can. But in my submission to you, the wheels fell off at that point. The offer says that the RPS focuses on the outcome sought from the sustainable management of resources. And that's fine. But the RPS has to deal with how those outcomes are achieved. In my submission, the statement of paragraph 117 is an admission of dereliction of duty. It is not for the ORC to adopt a philosophical position at variance with the Act's requirements. Part of the problem here is that the Section 42A reporting officer is the same officer that wrote the Section 32 report, the notified RPS. It is hardly surprising that the 42A report agrees with the approach of the Section 32 report. My submission, it's poor practice to have the same officers preparing both because it robs the reporting of independence. Regional significance. Otago's primary sector represents a larger proportion of the economic activity in the region relative to other regions. The consequences of this are that regulatory changes that affect the food and fibre sector will have more significant impacts on the economic and social well-being of the community. This has not been appropriately recognised in the RPS, and as such, there are inadequate provisions that address it. This failure means that the proposed RPS does not comply with the Act. Concern as to the lack of regard to primary production in general and food and fibre in particular applies across the content and structure of the RPS. As an example, in the context section under SRMR I1, the Section 42A report recommends primary production can be disrupted in Otago's floodplains. Under the economy section, SRMR I2 is noted agriculture may benefit from warmer temperatures, longer growing seasons, and elevated carbon dioxide. Such descriptions do nothing to describe the impacts flood and drought can have on food and fibre communities, nor do these statements recognise the role of existing and future infrastructure to provide climate change and natural hazard resilience for the food and fibre production community. And I'll come to climate change a bit later in my submissions. Turning to the NPSFM 2020, I've had the chance to read Dr. Somerville Casey's submissions when he appeared last time, and on the NPSFM, and those are accepted and acknowledged by my clients. The RPS needs to include objectives that enable and support farmers to transition to a planning framework that does give effect to Te Mana o Te Wai. I'll set out the fundamental concept from the NPS. But I say in 45, the regional policy statement has wider functions than merely giving effect to the NPS, although it must give effect to the NPS. Te Mana o Te Wai, Kei Uta Ki Tai, and integrated management of natural resources cannot be disregarded pursuant to Schedule 1. A regional council preparing a regional policy statement must give effect to Te Mana o Te Wai in consideration of all matters it's separately concerned with. I set out in paragraph 46 three policies which I say are relevant to my client's submissions. These three policies, in particular policy 15, demonstrate that the regulation of land use must contemplate its relationship with fresh water. Such effects must be managed, including by communities, to ensure the health and well-being of waterways. Policy 15 enables communities such as the food and fibre sector to provide for their own well-being in such decisions. applying Te Mana Otawai to farmers encourages decision-making at a catchment and sub-catchment level. Te Mana Otawai extends beyond the freshwater realm and being between water, the wider environment, and the community. Environment includes, in its definition, the social, economic, aesthetic, and cultural conditions. Community is not defined under the RMA, but is defined, at least in a dictionary sense, as the people living in one particular area or people who are considered as a unit because of their common interests, social group, or nationality. And this is important to paragraph 51. Farmers are a community, both in locality terms and because they have a common economic circumstances and a common interest in access to natural resources for food and fibre production. The repeated references to community in clause 1.35, policies 5 and 15, and the definition of environment confirms the needs of people and communities form an important part of Te Mana Otawai. The reference to natural and physical resources in the definition of environment further links to the food and fibre community, which relies on such resources. Providing for the well-being of the food and fibre community is also consistent with the purpose of the Act. The evidence file demonstrates that food and fibre production is crucially socially, economically, and culturally to Otago. Now, I come to, in the next section, address where farming fits within the 3 priorities of the NPSFM. But before I address that, I want to acknowledge the exchange, particularly, Mr. Chairman, between you and the reporting officer about the way in which there is an enabling aspect to the 3 tiers in Te Mana Otawai, and that it is really a different way of expressing Section 5 of the Act in a water-centric context. And that's reflected in my paragraph 57, which is a statement from the Section 32 report that was prepared or commissioned by the Ministry of the Environment for the NPSFM 2020. And the authors of the Section 32 report, the second paragraph is important as well as what I've underlined in the third. The intent of the objective is not to read the first priority as a bottom line with the goal of achieving a pristine or pre-human water quality state. The intent is to shift away from thinking about managing water, or shift the way we think about it, and guide the implementation of the National Objectives Framework. And then the section that I've underlined in the next paragraph, there is nothing in its wording to suggest it creates a strict priority on competing interests. And councils will need to exercise their discretion guided by clear and strong direction. The National Objectives Framework in Part 3 and Subpart 2 anticipates that different values and objectives may be identified for different catchments. And of course, irrigation values and primary production are one of the values in the appendices to the NPSFM, which must be taken into account. So there the authors are saying, well, hang on, it's actually for the community to decide what its priorities are on a catchment by catchment basis. And if that rather more flexible understanding about the 3 priorities is applied, then it probably doesn't make a whole lot of difference whether you think of farming as included in Tier 1 or Tier 2 or Tier 3, because the needs of communities pervade all of them. And so rather than take you through my explanation of where farming might fit in the first 3 priorities, actually, I think my point on the 3rd priority is worth focusing on. The third priority effectively captures everything else. This is my paragraph 68. It includes social, economic, and cultural values. For example, it must include the Māori of water. Māori must be a cultural value and thus a third-tier consideration, because only mana whenua can judge what it is and what is sufficient. That is why the submitters object to its inclusion at the forefront of Land of Freshwater Objective 1. And we'll come back to that when you return with your freshwater hats on to talk about that a little bit more. The point of mentioning this is not to be provocative, but to demonstrate the circularity of the three-tier hierarchy of Te Mana o Te Wai. Each tier will have elements of the other, and drawing hard boundaries was neither intended nor useful.
Go on, Mr. Page. I just thought it would be helpful if you dealt with your discussion of paragraph 62 and 65 and 66. In relation to those priorities.
Yes. Well, the way I read the office's reporting on the first priority is that it is an absolute. You can't use water unless all of the water bodies' needs are met. My submission, it's a much more subtle, more nuanced concept than that, because the extent to which the first priority is provided for will depend upon the environmental outcomes which are established through the regional plan process. And those environmental outcomes, which have to be adopted as objectives, deal with all of the Appendix 1A and 1B values. And so that links back to my discussion of what was said in the Section 32 report for the NPS. It's actually for communities to understand which of the values are the most pressing for each particular catchment or sub-catchment, and to express their own outcomes in relation to each of those. Because when you read those priorities with a regulatory hat on and say, well, at each stage you say, well, to what extent? How much? If we're talking about, to take an example, the Manahirakia River, how do we measure what is sufficient for the health and well-being of that water body? Well, the answer is the National Objectives Framework. It sets out the values that are required to be taken into account. And it requires communities to set the outcomes for that water body. Now, those communities have an important decision to make, because if you were to say, look, this community wants a minimum flow of 3 cumecs at campground at the bottom of the catchment, because that's when the river looks at its most vibrant and full and healthy. But by the way, the cost of that is that we can't farm in that catchment anymore. Does the community say, well, that's simply a cost that this community will have to bear because farming is inconsistent with taking water out of that river? There's no science answer to that question. It's not a question of saying, well, the ecologists say that trout require 3 cumecs at a certain time of the year, so therefore that's the answer. It's a policy decision. It's a policy decision for communities for their representatives to make at each stage. So that's why I'm saying that I think the section, with respect to Section 32 reporting officers were right, that the NPS doesn't envisage hard boundaries between Tier 1, Tier 2 and Tier 3, because the NOF process is a much more flexible policy direction than that. And that's why it's really important that this RPS provides some direction about what the policy imperatives are that this community must address. I think you wanted me to address
65.
65, yes. The reason for thinking about this, about well, what do we mean by health needs? In the first day of your hearings, I sat and listened carefully to the evidence of Edward Ellis, and he drew a distinction between growing your own food for subsistence purposes in your backyard and people who grow food commercially. And he felt that perhaps your health needs might be those former category, whereas growing food commercially is a economic matter under tier 3. And I can understand that. But the trouble is that overlooks how our communities function. Something like 4% of the population grows the food for the 96% that don't grow food for themselves. Our urban communities rely entirely on the food chain to feed them. They rely on other people to grow their food. And so, in my submission, there isn't a hard distinction to be drawn between people who need access to land and water to grow their own food, that they are somehow a tier 2 priority, but everybody else who like me, who relies on somebody else to grow my food for me, are somehow a relegated tier 3 priority. This is where, when you start thinking about these issues, the barriers between the tiers start to fall away. And you've got a much more integrated Section 5 kind of conceptual thinking framework to address than a simple put things in a pigeonhole and say, oh, that's tier 1, that's tier 2, that's tier 3, everyone's happy, we can all go home now. So that's what I was thinking about in relation to second priority. My clients say that growing food keeps people alive. It doesn't matter whether you export it. It's not just, we don't worry just about us. The fact that 90% of what we grow gets exported does two things. It keeps other people alive. That's presumably important. We're not concerned only with New Zealanders. And in any event, if we weren't earning money from the growing of food, then farmers wouldn't bother growing food, so the whole system would fall down. So it doesn't seem comfortable to be talking about profit, but if we don't have it, we don't survive. And really, it's a lot of the farming evidence that was filed, and you will hear our concern with that, is it's a question of how they go through what they know is coming down the pipeline and yet are able to sustain themselves economically through that process. I think we'll come to my paragraphs. 70, yes. How does the panel give effect to Te Mana Otawai? Well, at clause 3.2, you're obliged to adopt an objective which states how Te Mana Otawai will be reflected in the management of fresh water for the region. That objective does not sit in a vacuum. What Te Mana Otawai means for this region and for each FMU cannot be known if the needs of communities are not known and articulated as objectives and policies in the RPS. The ORC's wider non-freshwater functions in Section 30 of the Act feed into how Council will manage freshwater to give effect to Te Mana Otawai in a regional context. Otherwise, there would be no need for an RPS at all. You just give effect to the NPS. You wouldn't worry about having an RPS. Useless documents, just do with the NPS. It is consistent with policy 15 of the NPSFM to enable food and fibre community to provide better social, economic and cultural well-being. This requires consideration of the costs and benefits of regulatory changes for these communities. Te Mana o te Wai might be water-centric, but the extent to which each priority is provided for occurs in a social and economic context. Coming to the NPS highly productive land. An example of regulatory change in recent months comes from that NPS, and it too requires integrated management, particularly in 3.21A and C. This means that there is now a mandatory obligation through the NPS HPL for the ORC to consider how land-based primary production, including supporting activities, interact with freshwater management at a catchment level. Land-based primary production means production from agricultural, pastoral, horticultural or forestry activities that is reliant on the soil of the land. Supporting activities means those activities reasonably necessary to support land-based primary production on that land, such as on-site processing, packaging, equipment, storage, and animal housing. My submission to you is that supporting activities, at least in Otago, includes access to water. And you've got all sorts of witnesses, particularly from central Otago, who explain to you that they can't farm without it. Infrastructure and its importance are a common theme throughout the evidence provided. For example, Richard Plunkett, Tim O'Sullivan and Bruce Jolly described the importance of irrigation infrastructure in the region and the need for it to be integrated with other entities. Irrigation water supply infrastructure is part of the definition of infrastructure in the Act. The evidence points to shared irrigation infrastructure being regionally significant in Otago. And that's really the thrust of the evidence that you will hear, particularly from Ian Lloyd and Brendan Sheehan, but to some extent also from Jeremy Anderson and Emma Crutchley and Jeff Windmill. The absolutely vital role that water storage and distribution infrastructure plays in food and fibre production in Otago. And so we are asking you to recognise that shared water infrastructure is regionally significant in Otago. The land use classes 1 to 3 in the NPS HPL, which is the default highly productive land, are relatively small proportions of Otago's rural land resource. But Section 59 of the Act requires an RPS to include policies and methods to achieve integrated management of the natural and physical resources of the whole region. We submit that the RPS does not provide sufficient policy direction to give effect to the NPS HPL in the context of integrated management of land-based primary production, including supporting activities and how these interact with freshwater planning at a catchment level. Bluntly, land-based primary production in much of Otago is dependent on access to water. The RPS is obliged to acknowledge that, and it does not. You now have 2 joint witness statements of planning professionals, one on infrastructure dated the 22nd of March and one in relation to a new SRMR issue on the 29th of March. Now, it should be clear that those joint witness statements did not have any representation from the ORC involved. So we, meaning me and my clients, nor you for that matter, yet have any information to rely on what the ORC's staff think about those joint witness statements. We are apparently not going to know until the ORC is closing submissions at the end of the hearing. But my submission to you is that the current drafting of the RPS does not recognise the issues from either of the joint statements adequately. A new rural chapter with an appropriate suite of objectives and policies is required, particularly in relation to resource use. Recognition of shared infrastructure is required as infrastructure is of regional significance. We suggest that a direction is needed for the ORC to draft such a chapter. Moving to climate change. The point that we're wanting to make here about climate change is simply this. The infrastructure that we've just been talking about, storage of water, distribution of water, and the irrigation, is how farms protect themselves from the effects of climate change. It is the source of their resilience. And you've only got to read Mike Lord's evidence, and particularly the poem attached to the rear of Mike Lord's evidence, to understand the importance of that to farmers' resilience. And so what we've done is we've identified from the National Adaptation Plan, which is a document that you must have regard to, what the Ministry for the Environment says about the importance of resilient irrigation infrastructure in relation to climate change. And the importance of it is that the adaptation plan seems to be encouraging climate change resilience through appropriate access to water resources. Action 6.6. The Water Availability and Security Program will help the food and fibre businesses in rural communities adapt to increasingly variable natural water availability through a range of complementary activities to both reduce demand and make the best use of available water. It will help restore and maintain the health of waterways, taking its lead from the NPSFM. By 2024, the Ministry of Primary Industries will form a permanent team to address water availability and security in the food and fibre sectors in rural communities. This work will include partnering with Māori rural communities and other sectors to find solutions. Well, we don't get any of that flavour from the RPS that the provision of infrastructure to store and supply water to improve the resilience of farming systems in Otago features as a priority response to climate change issues. The statement that is recommended, and go back to paragraph 89, is entirely the other way. It warns against building dams and flood protection schemes because they might give rise to adverse impacts on ecosystems. Well, that's relevant for sure. But you see, the climate change adaptation plan is the other way around. It's talking about we actually need to be building things to allow our communities to be resilient. Sure, that has to be in accordance with the NPSFM 2020, but it is not, the policy framework is not around protecting the climate change policy response. It's not around protecting the environment from infrastructure. It's about making sure infrastructure is available. And the topical example of that, which fortunately you're not being called upon to say anything about, is the battery project for Lake Onslow. It is one of the ways that the Crown is responding to dry year risk. So now submission, and this is back at 96, the following text should be instead be added to the environmental impact snapshot. Landowners, food and fibre businesses, and rural communities are especially vulnerable to both acute climate events and more gradual climate change impacts that affect water availability and security. These effects also limit options for landowners to implement climate resilient land uses, including owners of undeveloped land. Now, the words in parentheses, much of which is Māori owned, comes from the National Adaptation Plan, is probably truer of the North Island than Otago, but that is simply added because that's where it comes from. In our submission, this will provide a more accurate recognition of the importance of water security and water availability to the food and fibre sector in Otago, the sector's vulnerability to climate change, and the importance of being able to adapt to rapid change. Integrated management. I've taken you to section 59 of the Act already. Integrated management is a fundamental purpose of an RPS. The RPS has a whole chapter on integration. Now, rather than read all of that to you, I simply want to take you straight to the land and freshwater domain chapter. Do you have a copy of, I have been working off, and I think it's still current, the 31 October 2022 track version of the document.
No, 24 February.
Oh, is it?
24 February.
Well, obviously, Mr. Cubitt as usual. Mr. Cubitt as usual is ahead of us all. So I think the rest of us are using
He must
the
have some,
October one.
he must have some secrets. Well, unless the drafting proposed of that policy LFY policy 3. Alan, do you now not have a copy of it because I've got?
No, there's a spare one here.
Okay.
Sorry, what policy?
LFY policy 3. And there are two things that I want you to note about that. Firstly, it's shaded white, not blue. So I'm just doing a quick line by line check to see whether there's anything that's actually changed. No, I don't think there is. But what I want you to observe is that this policy sets out what its understanding of an integrated approach is. And we don't really have any issue with what is there. It is what is not there that matters. And that's the stuck record, reoccurring theme of my whole submission read. It's what's not there that matters. Because if this policy sets out for future decision makers what is meant by integrated management, you might think that the community's need for access to natural resources is an issue that has to be integrated with all of those other things there. Because the only human use value that is explicitly recognised in integrated management is the Mahika values, or at least restoring the habitats of Mahika values. There is nothing which suggests that communities might need access to land or to freshwater directly, or to freshwater for the purposes of using land. And then the problem is compounded by the following policy 4. All persons exercising functions and powers must recognise that LF Objective 1 policies 1 to 3 are fundamental to upholding Te Mana o Te Wai. And so by exclusion, things that are not mentioned in those policies are not fundamental to upholding Te Mana o Te Wai. Now, my legal submission to you is that policy 4 is utterly redundant and should go. It is for decision makers to decide which policies are relevant to the decisions they have to make. It's not for the document itself to say which policies are relevant and which ones are not. It's utterly redundant in terms of its function. But if you're going to have a policy like this, then you must turn your minds to, does it deal with everything? Is it comprehensive? Does it tell decision makers everything they need to know about what is required to uphold Te Mana o Te Wai? And my submission to you is it doesn't, because it doesn't tell you anything about what communities need. So where I get to in my paragraph 103 is to submit that the RPS hasn't grasped the nettle, which is required of clause 3.2.3 of the NPS. Remember, that's the bit that says every regional council must include an objective in its regional policy statement to describe how the management of Te Mana o Te Wai, the management of fresh water will give effect to Te Mana o Te Wai. This policy framework doesn't do that. It simply tells you about the things that have to be avoided. It doesn't tell you anything about the enabling aspects of Te Mana o Te Wai. What do communities need? Coming to 104, it is therefore not surprising that the land and freshwater domain policy framework is a long list of policies that in a myriad of different ways require adverse effects on freshwater values to be avoided. There is nothing against which those values must be balanced. It is as if people don't exist. The RPS forgets entirely about the structure of Part 2 of the Act, which the NPS FM 2020 is still subservient to. Only the natural character of rivers, section 6A, and the relationship of Māori with their ancestral waters, 6E, are section 6 matters that must be recognised and provided for. Not every facet of freshwater or ecological function must be recognised and provided for. Under section 7, kaitiakitanga, the intrinsic values of ecosystems and the habitat of trout and salmon rank alongside the efficient use and development of natural resources. And yet, the policy concerning the efficient use of land and fresh water is missing from the land and freshwater domain chapter. The failure to address the ways in which the efficient use of natural resources is important to the community is a fundamental failure to comply with the Act. The latter is explained to a small extent in the section 42A report at paragraph 239. Where it recommends the rejection of ORUG's submission. LFYP3 is a high-level policy setting out the considerations required in order to manage land and water in an integrated way. I do not consider it to be appropriate for a strategic policy such as this to begin differentiating between activities or industries. I believe the reference to community well-being considerably broadens the intent of the policy, which is focused on environmental aspects of managing resources in an integrated way, not on the use of those resources. The purpose of this subsection is to set out the concept of Te Mana o Te Wai in the Otago context, not to make directions about acceptable or unacceptable use of resources. This statement is revealing. The officer evidently thinks it is possible to make integrated decisions about the use of natural resources without any consideration being given to the social and economic needs of the communities of Otago. That, in my submission, flies in the face of section 5. At its most basic level, the Act regulates the behaviour of humans. The world does not require regulation but for the competing interests of people. and so it's the natural world. And even then, that is only because the quantity and quality of natural resources are scarce in economic terms. That is why policy is required to identify and integrate competing claims for needs to be met by access to natural resources. That fundamental task is addressed by Part 2 of the Act and is expressed as the function of an RPS in Section 59. It has been ignored by the reporting officer under the false premise that for so long as natural resources are themselves sustained, nothing else is required in relation to regulating their use and development. That overlooks the necessary function of providing for the needs of people through the efficient use and development of natural resources. I come to long-term visions. And as Mr. Logan identified in his opening, and I accept, the visions themselves are shaded blue. And so they are fun and games for your next round. But oddly enough, and for reasons that I haven't researched nor understand, the methods and the principal reasons and the anticipated environmental outcomes of those visions are not shaded blue. So I don't see how you get to make decisions about those things that are shaded not blue without thinking about the things that are shaded blue. Now, I know that's not the ORC's fault. Your Honours of the High Court were obviously wiser than the rest of us. But the problem is that sooner or later, you're going to have to start thinking about the blue stuff in order to understand the white stuff. So what I say is that in my paragraph 112, because the methods, principal reasons, and anticipated environmental outcomes are not shaded blue, you need to address them. I mean, at a pragmatic level, otherwise, next time we come and talk to you about the stuff, you say, oh, hang on a minute, that stuff was shaded white. You should have been here last time talking about that. So we don't want to miss the boat. So you must be satisfied that the outcomes they seek, that is the visions, are achieved within the time frame specified, because that's what the anticipated environmental outcome 3 says. The freshwater visions in this section implement Te Mana o Te Wai according to the particular characteristics of the freshwater management units in Rohe, and the outcomes they seek are achieved within the time frame specified. What are they? It is unclear in the proposed regional policy statement exactly what changes are required to achieve the visions of the FMUs. Clause 3.3 of the NPS FM 2020 requires each FMU to have a long-term vision. Visions are required to be, and they are set out there. And the important thing is in B, must set goals that are ambitious but reasonable. That is, difficult to achieve but not impossible. And then C, to set out the time frame. The NPS FM 2020 offers no free pass from the requirements of Section 32 of the Act. Clause 3.64 makes that clear. So in order to be valid, the ORC must demonstrate that a vision is able to be achieved. It has not done that. And it cannot do that because they are expressed at such generality, it is impossible to know what they require. Farmers do not know what is being asked of them. All that they know is that they are the ones who will pay for it. There is not even an attempt at a Section 32 analysis that identifies, let alone quantifies, the costs and benefits of achieving the visions. Although this hearing relates to the non-freshwater provisions, the need to acknowledge the regional significance of the food and fibre sector, the difficulty that the community has in achieving change, and providing for suitable transition periods needs to be acknowledged in the earlier chapters of the RPS. That is something this panel can and should do. That then should inform the contents of the visions that are achievable. Further still, in the absence of a policy framework that acknowledges the social and economic importance of the food and fibre production to communities, a proper foundation for evaluating costs and benefits under Section 32 is not available. So that is why, in various different ways, farming witnesses such as Jeff Windmill from up near Ranfurly and Rotherwood says, I don't know what this vision asks of me. I may have achieved it for all I know, or maybe I haven't. These submissions are necessarily addressed at a high level rather than presenting a deep dive into the drafting changes sought. Those changes are set out in Appendix 2. The main point here is that the RPS must acknowledge and adopt objectives and policies in relation to the food and fibre production as regionally significant uses of land. Planning witnesses have produced a joint witness statement agreeing upon a new SRMR for access to natural resources. It has been expressed in rather abstract terms. Now, what it shows is that there is consensus that something more is required to acknowledge the economic importance of access to resources to balance the effects issues. That must then find its way into the domain chapters, or else it is worth nothing. It is self-evident that there are competing considerations at play in resource use and allocation. Yet the land and freshwater domain chapter does not read that way, nor do the other chapters. Without identifying and addressing competing considerations, all of the effects issues present as if they have Section 6 status and must be recognised and provided for no matter what the cost. Explicitly addressing competing tensions is what a policy statement is for, to provide direction for subordinate documents. Further, the land and freshwater section of the proposed RPS should lay out a framework for setting timeframes to achieve long-term visions, once there are valid ones, over a transition period for the Regional Council to use when developing regional plan provisions to achieve the long-term visions for freshwater across the Otago region. This framework must allow the food and fibre sector time to adjust at a rate that accounts for the potentially significant impacts on their social and economic and cultural well-being. The panel must know what the visions require and must have evidence that visions are objectively quantifiable and achievable, and you simply don't have that. Highly productive land. In the absence of a new rural chapter, the proposed RPS provisions, and in particular the land and freshwater chapter, should be amended to provide actual and potential recognition of the importance of primary production land and the economic use of soil. The submitters support the recognition and prioritisation of using highly productive land for the primary production in the RPS, but seek that this recognition should extend to all land uses for food and fibre production. These provisions must contemplate the relationship between productive land and access to fresh water in a way that will flow into the freshwater provisions. The commencement of the NPS HPL points to a new rural domain chapter being most appropriate. The NPS REG seems to support the energy having its own section in the domain chapter, and the urban form and development domain is supported by the NPS UD. Given the interplay between infrastructure, freshwater, land use, highly productive land, climate change, and natural hazard resilience, a subject-specific chapter seems the most appropriate way to achieve integrated management. A rural chapter would also seem to be the logical counterpart to a domain chapter dealing with urban form and development. It is, of course, accepted that the existing domain chapters can be retrofitted with appropriate objectives and policies, but that is not the favoured solution. And that is where I think I should stop.
Thank you, Mr. Page. I might just have a break for a quarter of an hour, have a cup of tea. Sorry, we'll have a break for a quarter of an hour and have a cup of tea and see you at 11:15.
Thank you.
He might have resigned and
Thank you, Mr. Page. Well, there are questions, not surprising. We'll start with Commissioner Q.
Thank you. I always get to go first to make a fool of myself and they tidy up after.
Everyone needs a road sweeper.
I was intrigued with your take on the priorities in the national policy statement, and it is something that has exercised my mind, is that first priority, and we've all been in hearings when the argument around what is the right, well, what is the health and well-being of the river, what does it need? So I guess what you're saying to us, that isn't an absolute pure pre-human scenario. That what's happening, what you're suggesting is that it's actually that process that you have to go through via the community engagement under the EPS. And in that context, I guess there's also, I can't remember what section is, I think it's 3.3, something where when we're setting those long-term visions, lots of things come into that, and that, including the history of the catchment, which we've heard a lot of evidence from your parties on. So I guess, because when I look at that first priority, I do see it as sort of absolute. I'm just wondering where your authority for that sort of view is. Is it the structure of the EPS, or has there been case law in the South and regional? Because I think they're probably only, I'm not sure what other case law there is around the EPS and how that works.
No, I don't rely on particular decisions of the Environment Court to advance a case about the interconnectedness of the three priorities. It's drawn from the structure of the NPS itself.
And that's where you are setting those visions and the things that flow into that.
And the outcomes of the National Objectives Framework process, where the communities get to look at the compulsory values and the appendices and say, well, what are those priorities for this catchment, and how are we going to address those?
How does, say, you get into that scenario, and we know all that role, you can have competing interests.
Yeah.
And I don't even know if we're allowed to talk about it in this hearing and what's happened, because it is a freshwater thing, but you're going to have conflicts within there. You're going to have fish and game wanting this, water users wanting that, iwi wanting this. How does that then translate into dealing with that first priority, which is the most, as I think you've highlighted, and the chair has, it is a sort of a section 5 sort of refocused in a more central way. How do you ever get to what that first priority may be in a freshwater vision when you have those competing interests?
Yeah, well, the only body that can decide what the needs of the river are is the council through its RPS and through its regional plan water. I don't know how it would run when the river itself has legal personality, such as the Whanganui. It's another level of complexity entirely, but at least in the Otago context, it is the regional council to decide what the health needs of the river are.
Yeah, and I guess, well, you can't look at the blue stuff, but you refer to the need for certainty and the lack of Section 32 analysis around that. And when we work through this, it's like, well, most of that detail is going to come in the land and fresh water plan, I guess. So
Yes.
what is the main concern with that connection? I guess when you do look, they are quite broad. In the process to get to those visions, I assume has already happened. So is it going to happen again in the freshwater plan process, of how that's then sort of drill down into the detail.
Well, I suppose what our clients are concerned about is that if we simply leave the visions alone and not inquire into what they actually mean, then by the time we come to the land and freshwater plan process, those visions are operative. They are beyond adjustment unless the council goes through the RPS process again. And so the time for having the debate about what the visions mean is at RPS level. And it's the regional plan water that then decides how are we going to do that. So I see one as policy, one as implementation. But unless we actually have an understanding about what the vision of a policy actually means and requires, however, how does anyone understand what implementation looks like?
Well, I guess for this part of the hearing, the main concern, we can't go to visions, is what's setting up those visions in terms of the balancing of the environmental protection thing is the focus of your concern at the moment, which
I mean, to go back to the example that I had, I mean, you can have as many community meetings as you like and say, well, wouldn't it be lovely if this particular reach of the river had a certain flow? And everybody says, oh, yes, that would be great. We will sign up for that. But no one talks about the cost side. Okay, so you can have that at this cost or that at a different cost. If you're asking communities to make decisions absent the consequence of those decisions, you're going to get a skewed range of outcomes. Now, I'm not saying that that's necessarily how these visions have been formed. I've got some private views about how some of the community workshops proceeded. And if you ask Susie McKeague about that, she'll probably give you an explanation of her view as well. But there needs to be something which enables you to be satisfied that the visions meet the criteria of the national policy statement, which is that they are achievable. And all we're saying is that we've got no idea. And we've not seen anything in the reporting documents that give you a basis for you to be satisfied that you can answer that question for yourselves. That's not terribly helpful, I appreciate, but that's now is the time to start to think about what do these visions require and are they achievable and by whom? Because our clients know that they're the ones who are going to be given the job of doing it.
it's not actually you that's made it unhelpful. It's actually the structure of this, because it's like, how can we give any consideration to those methods and outcomes when we can't look at the visions here? That's a different issue. But I was also intrigued that the Maori issue that yes, it is a cultural value, but when I read the NPS, the way it's structured, in particular, I think the concept section of that, the fundamental sort of concept that talks about Maori and that fundamental health and well-being in the water body, and given your argument of the fluidity between the three priorities, surely it has to be in one as well. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. The difficult, again, this is a blue herring issue really, but the NPS treats MODI or the protection of it as an outcome, whereas the objective treats it as an input. It is a measure by which those other things are evaluated. Now, the problem I have as a lawyer with dealing with that, who has for the last 10 years sat in many hearings with Ngā Runanga as a party to those hearings, how do I make submissions or advance evidence about the extent to which any particular proposal advances MODI? That's for mana whenua to decide. It is, and it's not even for the panel to decide. That's so it's not, if it's advanced as a regulatory tool, my submission is it's simply not justiciable. because it is a cultural metaphysical construct that parties can't call competing evidence on. But it is an outcome of a successful process that deals with the health of the water bodies in other ways. So, so my concern is really this policy statement tips process on its head, rather than saying, if we get all of these things right, the modi of the water body will be protected. It says, you must protect the modi of the water body by. I go, well, that's problematic.
I guess you're saying it wasn't mentioned, it wasn't specifically identified in one. So,
yeah.
And it is my understanding, what I'm told of it is a wider concept than just health and well-being. There's a lot of the expert here will be able to talk about that. I'll move off that. Yeah.
I mean, I was present when Commissioner Kirikiri, you observed about the complexity and the difficulty of defining exactly what it is. And therein lies the difficulty with treating it as a regulatory tool.
Same with Madaraka and all that application to those issues.
Yeah, I have much less difficulty with Mataraka. I mean, here's an interesting thing, because I have been in many hearings where NITA, who have presented evidence based on Motoranga, their understanding of the values of a water body, and at the same time, I have sitting with me farmers who have lived next to the water body for 150 years and saying, this is our understanding of the way this water body behaves. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's given a different label, but it's the same idea.
Yeah.
So Mataraka is capable of being examined through traditional judicial techniques of calling evidence and testing and understanding. I have no problem with that. It's using a metaphysical concept as a regulatory tool where I think we run into difficulties. As an outcome, by all means, but not as a measure.
Okay. Well, in terms of the second priority, you made an interesting comment about profit. And if we don't have it, well, we don't survive. I guess some of the point of my questions the other day was that it's maybe not a question of not surviving. It's actually a question of going back to pre-industrial times, because the world can't feed itself individually without an efficient agricultural system, and that's global.
Yes.
So I guess that's what you're saying in there is we're not all going to die straight away, but a lot of the world's population would if we went back to pre-industrial times.
No, and look, I mean, farms are businesses. If they cannot pay for themselves, they end up being owned by the bank. And so farms will find ways to sustain themselves economically. And one of the elephants in this room, there seems to be a herd of them.
Pine trees.
It's pine trees. And Jeremy Anderson can tell you about the extent to which otago is being planted out in pine trees at the moment, because if you draw a Venn diagram of policy outcomes, what doesn't need water, what's got an NES, which makes things a permitted activity, what will give you an income that you can predict through the carbon trading regime. Plant pine trees, folks. That's and yet this RPS doesn't deal with that.
Pine nuts you can eat. So
Yeah.
Just moving on to climate change, and we have had that national adaptation plan put in front of us before. We're still waiting for the chair to actually give us a concise summary of that, because it's over 300 pages. But you talk about the water availability security program. Just interested in, firstly, what the detail of that, what is it actually, how is it going to help, and what is it talking about? Because when you get over, and you mentioned Lake Onslow, and discussing with Ms. Ford yesterday around policy, I think that one you mentioned before, Y3, around the natural connections and stuff. I took it from her that dams, etc., and infrastructure, well, they're a no-go now because that's an artificial connection. So dealing with climate change through what this adaptation plan in your Lake Onslow scenario, you wouldn't be able to do it.
Well, and so this goes back to the core function of an RPS, which is to reconcile competing policy outcomes. And many of the farming witnesses that you are going to hear from, and Kate Scott as an expert witness, saying we've got policy coming at us from a whole bunch of different directions. We can't do them all at once. What's your number one priority? What do you want us to do first? Is it climate change, resilience? Is it carbon? Is it freshwater? Is it highly productive land? Tell us which we want to spend our money on, because we can't deal with everything at once. The RPS doesn't kind of grasp that and say, actually, our immediate priority right now is freshwater quality, so you do this. Or our immediate priority is carbon sequestration, so actually you better irrigate your soils because that's how you get carbon into them. Or priority number one is to provide for mahikakai, which is a whole different set of priorities. So putting everything into the pot and saying, do that, my submission is not what RPSs are for. It's about integrating them and saying, this is what you need to do next. And that's what the farmer's looking for.
I did note that in the evidence, and obviously it must be in Kate's, but you've got all these national directions documents sitting above us,
Yes.
telling you to do things that are reflected in this, and it's all at once. So how does an RPS actually make those decisions when you have central government telling you to do various things?
Yeah, well, the short answer is I don't know. But one way that you can respond to that in relation to the setting of timeframes for visions is to acknowledge that there are competing demands within the RPS that needs to be addressed. And it's going to take a long time for farmers to be able to do the things, whatever those visions might require to get there.
See, on that, one of the policies, except it has a few internal issues, which is IM Policy 12, which Mr. Freeman's recommending being deleted. I would have thought with that policy in particular, it's quite helpful in the circumstances we're talking about now in terms of climate change and getting around, because what it's talking about, and we've been battered with submissions how important climate change mitigation infrastructure is going to be in the future, including renewables. That policy seems to suggest, and it's not worded well, there are internal contradictions, but the guts of it is that if there's you can get around an environmental limit if what you're doing is for climate mitigation adaptation purposes. So I didn't understand why you would want to delete that from that, given when you see what policy P3 says about natural connections, etc., and natural function of water bodies. Well, someone's going to have to make a call somewhere to deal with those issues, and that would have been the policy. I would have thought that would be more useful for people in that sense.
Yes.
Leaving aside the problems internally, because we've discussed those quite a bit. But.
Yes. Yeah, no, I accept what you say about that. And the problem with the notion of integrated management is that it's kind of like everything in the same bucket without any direction about how you reconcile. And so if the policy statement were to say, well, actually, climate change is the most pressing of the environmental emergencies that New Zealand and Otago faces, that's our priority number one to respond to, then that is at least a message that the farming community goes, all right, we now know what's the first order of events off the bat. Which doesn't mean to say that they don't have to comply with the various NESs which require them to fence off things and plant things as well. But my client's main concern is a sense that everything is coming at them at the same time. No one's telling them what's the most important, and therefore they simply don't know how to react.
I noticed quite a bit of the evidence. There is various things that farmers are currently doing but aren't being recognised in those various national contexts around those issues.
Yes.
For some bizarre reason, like the riparian claims, those sorts of things.
Yeah.
And I
The carbon
think,
sequestration from that. Yeah.
yeah, and I think I had a question for Scott, for Kate Scott around that. It's like, well, that's not a thing the RPS can address. It's like, surely that's the farmer's body. Like your feed farmers and co have to actually address that at a national level. So look, these things are happening.
Yeah.
You're not recognising them in the context of a carbon credit setup or whatever it may be.
Yeah, I think the point of Kate mentioning that wasn't so much to say that you can do something about that, but is to point out the fact that regulation can have unintended consequences if the way in which they work together at farm level isn't thought through.
Okay, well, thanks for that, Mr. Page.
Sure, Mr. Page. I want to start off by just fully supporting the point you made about Modi. That is that it's not Modi that you're actually, it's almost a nebulous thing in a way, in my word. It's the things that come out of the water that then say, yeah, the water's being looked after, so the Modi must be okay. Now, I'm aware of at least 3 different Modi monitoring things, I call them things, that people have invented along the way. And it's usually putting numbers, you know, if you get 3 out of 4, the Modi must be okay kind of stuff. Because I challenge any Māori in any conversation to be able to say, to respond to the question that you would ask, so what is the Modi? Even Kaitahu, there is no real answer to what Modi is. It's a state that then supports life in whatever way. I mean, in lots of waterways, if there's a lot of tuna that comes out of it, the supposition then is the Modi is good. The Modi is clear and accurate. So I just wanted to.
Yeah.
Well, what I really wanted to just talk about is the way in which this sort of exercise has taxed people. I mean, you're talking about farmers in your case. I think of myself as a Māori, and I think of Kaitahu being in the middle of this broader conversation, and even their processes and thinking are challenged, are taxed, because I mean, if you look long-term vision, for example, as my colleague has already indicated, I mean, everyone will have their own long-term visions. I mean, Kaitahu will have their visions, and whilst they may differ, or they'll be the same, I would suspect, in many ways. But I think the point you make about integrating those rather than seeing them as separate silos that have to be sort of dealt with differently is one of the keys I would have hoped would come out of something like the RPS. But the other thing it does highlight, though, is the tension or the challenge between Mātauranga Māori, science, and policy or law, almost. You know, those will always be there. And I think for me, that's where the real big challenge is for something that I like an IPS at the moment. I know we're not supposed to look at the blue stuff, but I'm looking at it in the corner of my eye over here already, because there's I think that the tendency that policy makers and even the law to a certain extent have to separate aspects of life into little boxes and try to treat them differently sort of runs counter, I think, to the Kyuta Kitai principle we're talking about. Because if we look at a longer term vision, I would venture to suggest that Kaitahu would probably say, that's our vision, Kyuta Kitai, whatever that means. So there's that conundrum, I suppose, of science, Mātauranga Māori, and they really are just different viewpoints of the same thing. You can come up with the same answer. You might come up with an answer in English, but you come up with an answer in Māori, it'll be it'll almost be the same thing. So that's where I see some of the real challenges in this whole big. I mean, Te Manawa Te Wai has, I guess, highlighted that in a almost a perverse way, in my view, because just having a principle or policy with a Māori title almost suggests that it's Māori. And I know that people will often just see it in that context. I mean, the phrases that I use all the time are it's Māori-centric or it's water-centric, as you well know. So I don't actually have any questions as such, but I just wanted to just reiterate what I think I hear you saying, and whether our thinking, I think, is on the right track, but and I think it does accord with a lot of things you're saying. I'm not talking about the little detail-y things, but at a sort of policy level, that if we're looking for the same outcomes, is basically what I'm saying. There may be different ways of getting there. And I think allowing a Kyuta Kitai philosophy drive part of it, it isn't going to drive all of it, but it's going to drive a part of it. It'll allow Te Manawa Te Wai to make its contribution to this bigger picture. And as you say, farmers as business concerns to be able to also win their way through this maze of stuff that we've got. Have I've got you correctly?
Yeah, no, you do have me correctly. I mean, if I may use the term that seems to hold kaupapa of the NPSFM, is everything's kind of connected to everything else. And then we have an objective that then splits things into three priorities as though they're not connected to everything else. You go, well, that's a bit perverse. And so I guess what I'm saying is that if you see that three-level priority in the context of the NOF process and everything that has to be taken into account, they're not actually three separate things at all. They're all shades of the same issues. And if what we take from that is that you've got to think about the needs of the water first, and that's what the Section 32 report was saying. That was why it's being organised in that way. Well, that's fine. My client's perfectly happy about it. We're not at odds about how to do that. Just don't forget that it's a social construct. It exists for a social reason, and that includes farmers.
Can I just turn to your suggestion of a rural chapter? All right. Probably what I just want to ask you just to expand a little bit more on why you think it's necessary.
Well, to achieve integrated management is the short answer, because, and this is again one of the reasons why you're hearing from so many farmers talking about their businesses, is because in the rural environment, all of the issues that this RPS deals with, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's transport, whether it's land quality, whether it's water quality, whether it's climate change resilience, whether it's natural hazard resilience, they all play out in a rural context. And so the case for my clients is, well, if you are serious about integrating all of those issues in a policy framework that farmers can use and can be applied to them, because policies happen to farmers as much as anything else, then having a rural chapter that acknowledges not only the importance of that sector to the economy, but the importance of how those issues play out. It kind of just strikes me that going through issues, objectives, policies, methods through its own chapter might be just the easiest way to do it. Now, mechanically, how do you guys actually do that? I don't suppose you are enamored with the idea of picking up the drafting pen yourselves. You're there as decision makers, not policy drafters. But I suspect that the way forward is that you have the power to commission your own expertise. I do not think it's fair to impinge upon Ms. Boyd or the 42A reporting officers. They have, as independent professionals, nailed their colours to their mast about what their professional advice is in relation to how this document should be structured. You come to the view that you don't accept that advice and that there is more work to be done. It strikes me that engaging your own drafting expertise as an independent expert to prepare that is probably the way forward. And I would have thought you could probably allow for that to occur as a parallel process while you are doing the freshwater hearings. I mean, just to leap forward, I agree with what Mr. Logan said yesterday about adjourning this hearing when you come to the end of the hearings and then reconciling the two strands of the process at the end. I think that's the right way to go. If you come to the view that a rural chapter is the way to respond to these submissions, and presumably what you'll hear from Mr. Christensen for Oceania Gold and Dr. Somerville KC for beef and lamb, if you come to the view that's the way to proceed, then I think there is an opportunity for that work to be done through your own commissioned expertise as a parallel process.
Right.
You'll need to then allow an opportunity for submitters to be heard on whatever the product is, but I don't see any way around that.
Yeah, thanks a lot. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think, thank you, Mr. Page. Turning to the methods to implement the visions, and I'm going to try and frame it around this just so it's sort of, so I don't get into any trouble. I suppose looking at the NPSFM, there's a requirement under clause 3.3 for long-term visions. They're set in, through engagement with communities and tailored further, etc. And then you sort of move over to where we've got the subpart 2 and the NOF framework, which moves on to setting values and environmental outcomes and the like. And I suppose we've got subsection 1 in the third method, which is to identify the values and environmental outcomes, which is through the NOF process.
Mm-hmm.
But then, I mean, I would see the way that's working is that they would be implementing the visions that have been set.
Yes.
Given the process for those visions, this is just a long way of coming around to the visions, I suppose. Given that those visions in theory have been set through the NPSM process, which includes that engagement with communities, tangata whenua and the like. And I suppose because we haven't heard evidence on those, we haven't sort of got alternative drafting or anything in front of us from people, but to what extent I mean, do you think that we could tinker with those, given that in theory they've been set through an NPSFM process that should have involved extensive engagement with communities in Taimana Whenua and should reflect their wishes?
Well,
I mean, I suppose I'm thinking, can we be interpreting that the submissions that we're receiving are in addition to that community input? We would also, I'm assuming through the freshwater process, be hearing evidence about how they were developed and what the process was and the input and all that kind of stuff.
Mm.
And so that we'd just be able to then take evidence and balance it all out, I suppose.
Yeah, well, I suppose there's two things going on there. One of which is the extent to which what's being reflected in the document is a product of a process. And the other is, does the product comply with the NPSFM? My submissions were directed to the second point. I haven't called evidence and I haven't made submissions on the process that the council went through to prepare the visions. That's probably for next time anyway. So I think you first need to be satisfied that that has occurred. But secondly, I don't see any way around having to be satisfied that the visions themselves comply with what the NPSFM requires of a valid vision. And this is the real difficulty that I've got, is my clients say to me, well, what do these visions require us to do? And I can't answer them. And you will have seen the evidence of particularly Mr. Windmill saying, well, in business, if I don't understand something, I don't sign up to it. and that's kind of where we are. I think we're saying to you, we don't necessarily have better drafting for you to adopt because we're not the operators of the process by which visions are prepared. All we're saying is that you have to be satisfied that they're achievable. And I don't know how you can do that. And the problem is if you're not satisfied that they're achievable, then we're off on the wrong foot when it comes to the Land and Water Regional Plan process, because that's the visions that have to be achieved. So it seemed to me that it was incumbent upon the Regional Council to produce evidence about what the visions require, whose job it is to implement them, and how do we know that they can be achieved. And we don't have anything of that kind.
So potentially there'll be a lot of debate at the next the Land and Water Plan hearings as to the interpretation to, you know, through, I suppose, M3 around identifying the values and environmental outcomes. That's where the rubber's going to hit the road.
Yeah. And otherwise, I'm put in the position of having to make a submission that the visions are ultra vires. Because if there's no evidence to substantiate that they comply with the requirements of the NPS in terms of their achievability, then they can't be adopted.
Okay, no, thank you for that.
Before we get on to any big issues, just in terms of evidence, at paragraph 11, sorry, paragraph 3, you said for that reason all of the submitted evidence has been called now, but immediately in the exchange that you just had with Commissioner Solomon, you've said, well, I suppose that's evidence that we might have to bring for the next time. I just wanted to get some clarity for you. I'm not trying to hold you to the word at all. But in general terms, are you anticipating a further body of evidence for the second round, for the freshwater round?
We hadn't, I think, is the direct answer to that. Much of the case planning for this occurred before the process was split. And so because of the softness of the edges of the split, and we felt, well, let's just run with what we've got. But I think it's fair to signal, as the case has continued, it does reveal the need for perhaps some more specific evidence on some issues.
Well, particularly the visions, because
Yes.
doubtless Mr. Logan's been listening to the exchange that you've just had, and the way in which you presented your submissions on the visions and the strength of those submissions that you put before us. And in essence, what that's really inviting ORC to do, I would have thought, is to make sure that they come along at the next hearing with evidence to satisfy us that the process is required by the NPSFM, and setting those visions was followed, and that these were the conclusions that were reached, and then how they're reflected in the visions that are within the RPS. Equally, I'm rather anticipating you might have some other evidence on those issues. Well,
I suppose in a way, what my clients would say is that the visions are sort of motherhood and apple pie. There's not a lot in them that you could argue with them. You don't look at those and say, well, that's a terrible idea. We don't want to do that. But it doesn't engage with the how question. And you might say, well, the how's for the regional plan, and through there's a setting of environmental outcomes as objectives and all of those things. I get that. But before we start upon that process, we need to have a sense of what are these visions requiring of the participants, particularly the participants who are the current water users and for whom the economic cost of change is going to be borne by. And that's, you've got a lot of evidence about, hang on a minute, we've got limited balance sheets to play with here. If you are saying that we have to reorganise the entire infrastructure of, for example, the Maniatoho Plain, how are we going to do that? But we don't know if that's what the visions contemplate or whether they do. And so this is the difficulty that we've got. It's not that we're saying that what they say is bad. We just don't have any evidence about what the council thinks they require in order to be satisfied that they're achievable.
One of the problems with that is just, it's so much like the cat chasing its own tail, because until you know what the rules are that are actually finally fixed in the land freshwater plan, there may not be a problem for your clients.
There may not be. And one of my witnesses says, I think, well, as far as I know, we've already met them. But others may have a different view. And what that seems to do is kick the can down the road. And I'm not sure that we can do that, because step number one is that the visions have to be, I think, what is the term? Ambitious but reasonable. That is difficult to achieve but not impossible. Well, what does that test require? I mean, that's a mandatory obligation. You must set goals that are. It's not something that we can shy away from, I'm afraid. We've got to grasp that nettle.
Whilst we're on mandatory issues, the main thing that I particularly wanted to ask you about was at paragraph 36, the obligation to have objectives and policies in the RPS in relation to any actual potential effects of the use, development and protection of land which are of regional significance is mandatory. Which particular provisions in the RMA are you relying on and saying it's mandatory?
Well, it's the combination, I think, of sections 59 and 62.
Well, 59 is the purpose.
It's the purpose.
And 61 rather is the contents. And that refers to a requirement to be for the preparation to be in accordance with the functions in section 30.
Yes.
And your argument is when you combine all those together, you get a mandatory obligation.
Well, we start with section 31B, I think it is. which is deals with land uses of regional significance. And we say that includes food and fibre production for the economic reasons that you're going to hear from two economists very shortly. So
But
So
of course, really, section 30, if you look at its opening words, is enabling, isn't it? It's saying every regional council shall have the following functions. So it's
Yes.
an enabling provision. Does it mandatorily require every little thing to be addressed?
well,
You know, if you take the absolute extreme, I'm trying to think of one, that if you're an inland region, do you have to address the coastal issues? No.
well, that's the well, yeah. If it's not germane to your region, for sure, but the first step is to identify what land uses of regional significance for the region actually are.
Can I short circuit things a bit?
Yeah.
Can I just draw your attention to clause 3.5 of the NPSCFM? You've got that there.
I do.
It seems to me much more mandatory. If you look at subclause 2, every regional council must make or change its regional policy statement to the extent needed to provide for the integrated management of the effects of, and then A is the use and development of land on fresh water, and B, the use and development of land and fresh water on receiving environments, which can include coastal environments. So is that not the mandatory, more specific mandatory sort of direction that you would be looking for?
Well, I agree it is a mandatory direction, but what that is directed to is the effects of the use of the land on the water in A, and the effects of the development of land and fresh water on receiving environments. Now, my point to you is that the section 30 function is concerned more to do with the land uses of regional significance to the community in a social and economic sense, which is the section 5, first part of section 5.2.
Right.
Clause 3.52b, people are part of the environment. So you could say that clause 3.5b is a mandatory obligation to have policies that provide the integrated management of the use and development of land and fresh water on communities as part of the receiving environment. I can see how that might work, but frankly, it's a bit of a stretch. It seems to me that the more direct route is to go section 30, section 59, section 61, 62. If you are satisfied on the evidence that this is a land use of regional significance, then the policy statement must have policies and methods that address that issue.
One of the intriguing things looking at 3.5 is actually over the page at 4. It is related to territorial authorities and their district plans, but uses an intriguing phrase, which I'm just intrigued and would be interested to know whether you've seen it elsewhere, which is to promote positive effects. Is that, have you seen that sort of wording at all in relation to regional functions?
No, I'm much more familiar with seeing section or part 2 language about enhancement. And whether that's a reflection of the term enhancement, I think from section 7, maintain and enhance the qualities. Directing positive effects or promoting them on territorial authorities in relation to NPSFM matters, I don't know, I can't think of a context in which that would be relevant.
Right. In terms of those tiers, I hear what you say, and I often wonder whether or not what seems to be the practical answer that's used often, or that I've heard used often, if the trout can swim in a river, then that needs tier 1, etc. And that seems odd when it's an introduced species. But,
Linda's dealt with that extensively.
yeah, I remember reading that. But nonetheless, the first, I gotta get the wording right. That 1, 2, 3, and the use of the word hierarchy makes your submission difficult, doesn't it? First, the health and etc. Second, and then third.
Yes.
And when you couple all of that with there is a hierarchy of obligations and that prioritizes. And
Yes.
then first, second, third. Doesn't that fundamentally undermine the propositions you've been putting to us?
Well, with respect, no, I don't think so. I mean, we're not saying that the hierarchy doesn't exist. We're just saying that the boundaries between them are much more fluid than might be apparent from drafting. For instance, if you were to apply tier 1 literally, to take the Tidey River as an example, if you weren't satisfied that every cubic metre that went past wasn't required for the health of the river itself, then you would, in theory, allow people to die of dehydration because they're not permitted to drink the water because the river needs it. Yet I don't see that that's what this NPS is driving at. And so it must be the case that although it is expressed in hierarchies to make clear that the NPS is water-centric, it is water-centric for a purpose, and the purpose is to provide for people. And that pervades all of the 3 tiers. Because at each tier you go ask yourself, well, to what extent? The NPS doesn't tell you to what extent each tier must be provided for before you are able to think about the other tiers. And it's the what extent question which is answered by the NOF process in my submission.
Yeah, I think your arguments about nuance and to what extent they've got a fair weight to them. I wonder whether you're right about the general proposition you made, though, which I noticed and marked at your paragraph 109, that at its most basic level, the Act regulates the behaviour of humans. The natural world does not require regulation, but for the convening interests of people. And you've essentially said that orally just now that the function really is to try and the objective really in an overall sense is for people. And I would have thought that you need to recognise that what Mr. Munro to why and what the NPSFM is saying is that the function is for ecosystems first, then people.
Well, yes, it does. But the reason why ecosystems are first is because that is the ethic which people have through their political masters adopted for this NPS. Just as a new minister under a different government might revoke this and have an entirely different NPS that has a whole different range of priorities. it is a it is a matter of policy that people have adopted, that the ethic of this NPS is the first priority is the needs of the river.
And in reality, that's the needs, whatever the ecosystems are that are in that river.
I'm sorry?
In reality, that's whatever the needs of the ecosystems are that are in that river.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. I'll just check that. The only other matter that I wanted to just probably cover with you as a principal aspect was the statement at the top of page 7, where you said that when you were looking at council's functions, and then made the statement, these matters relevant to council's statutory functions, those wider functions have not been altered by the NPS CFM 2020. Now, certainly they haven't, you're right, strictly in terms of there's been no amendment to section 30, right? But the hierarchy of the application of those functions must have been affected by Te Mama or Te Wai, mustn't they? Because isn't that what the Environment Corp was saying in the Southland case? This is requiring a mind shift.
Well, yes, and the NPS itself it addresses the fundamental change in ethic about how we approach fresh water, but only insofar as it gives effect to the purpose of the Act. I mean, that's what an NPS does, is give effect to the purpose of the Act. And so my point is that the NPS gives effect to the purpose of the Act in relation to freshwater, but you are still required through the RPS process to deal with issues which are beyond the NPS, in addition to the NPS. For example, you've got other NPSs, renewable energy generation, urban development. The RPS has a range of things that it has to do. The NPS-FM is one. What we're saying is that parallel to the giving effect to the NPS are the council's obligations under section 30 and 61 and 62 to have objectives and policies that deal with regionally significant uses of land.
Which are unaltered.
Which aren't altered. So we're still going to do that.
Just paragraph 96, finally, I think it's fine. You made the observation in explaining the words in parentheses that they were there because it was lifted. Paragraph 96, the wording suggested was lifted from the National Adaptation Plan, which was published, I see from paragraph 91, you say it was published in August 2022. So I take it that wording is not wording that would have been within the submission.
No.
Do we have scope to include?
The short answer is I haven't thought about that.
Think about it, will you?
Yeah, I will think about that. I'll come back to you.
Thank you very much. And I think that's otherwise the other commissioners have raised the issues that I otherwise had marked. For anything else. Thank you. So look, we're at a situation we're probably better to take a break now for lunch and reconvene at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, we'll begin with Benji Patterson at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
first witness, I really just want to say a couple of things in terms of your witnesses so that they don't feel upset if we don't ask them a lot of questions. Their evidence has been very thorough. We've all read it and very fully informed by it on the very issues that you've addressed us on. And we just really wanted to say that publicly, and it's pity that most of them are probably online rather than being here, but that they must not feel upset or that we are not taking into account what they've said to us if there are limited or even possibly no questions. In fact, they should take it as a pat on the back that they've done a good job. They've explained themselves and they've explained their farming operations very thoroughly to us. But the central issues that you've addressed us on are the main things for this round of the hearings. The irony is that for the reasons that you've expressed to us, you've had to have the full evidence before us at this stage. We're actually probably going to likely to ask or want to ask more questions of them at the next stage. And then we are likely to be doing that on this occasion.
Thank you. I don't think any of them will be upset about lack of questions, and they do understand that the split process is not of your making, and we're just having to deal with it as best we can. Before I call Mr. Patterson and ask him to introduce himself and to present the summary of his evidence that you've just been handed, I wanted to respond to the question that you raised before lunch about my paragraph 96 and whether there was jurisdiction for that text to be included. The answer is no. What we can say is that you are obliged to have regard to the climate change adaptation plan under section 61, as we set out in our submissions. And in my submission, the recommending reports text which they propose to introduce as a consequence of fish and game submission, it runs counter to what the adaptation plan seeks to address. So we would ask you to be mindful of that.
Right.
Sorry, could I just ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
So is it your response in the context of your submission alone? There may be other submissions.
Yes, well, I've only had the opportunity to examine our submissions, and you couldn't find jurisdiction for the change in paragraph 996 from our submission.
Yeah.
Whether there may be others that might give you that jurisdiction, I'm sorry, I can't tell you.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Patterson, helpfully at the bottom of the screen it says Benji Patterson, so I think the committee have managed to put two and two together. Can you just confirm who you are and read your report, please? Your summary.
Yes, thank you, Phil. Yeah, I just want to confirm that my name is Benji Patterson, and I'll now proceed to read my summary of evidence to you all. I'm a self-employed economist who specialises in regional economics. I have a high degree of familiarity with Otago's economy, and I refer you to my experiences outlined in my full brief of evidence. My evidence provides an economic context to the rural sector in Otago. The focus of my analysis is to provide context regarding the contribution of the food and fibre sector to Otago's economy and labour market, both in terms of direct contributions as well as flow-on effects. I confirm I've read the updated Code of Conduct for expert witnesses contained in the Environment Court Practice Note 2023 and agree to comply with this Code of Conduct. The food and fibre industry, from primary production and processing, directly provides 9.6% of the region's GDP, with flow-on effects for other industries accounting for at least 6%. The sector directly provides 11.8% of the region's employment, with as many as 7% of the region's jobs through flow-on effects into other industries. Employment is spread unevenly across the region, with some territorial authorities particularly reliant on the sector. For example, 46.9% of all jobs in the Clutha region come directly from the food and fibre sector. Food and fibre is a significant industry. Otago has a higher reliance on food and fibre than other regions in New Zealand, which explains its regional significance. Having such high shares of GDP and employment reliant on the food and fibre sector makes incomes and communities vulnerable to changes. Given that the development of the new regional policy statement and subsequent regional plan is happening at the same time as many other regulatory change processes, it is important to be cognizant of concurrent change processes in its implementation. The costs of change can accumulate between regulations, and there is also an element of path dependency to these additional costs. Adapting to new regulations is inevitable, but it is important to highlight that the costs of adjustment may be significant. The speed of the required adjustment will influence the magnitude and persistence of effects. The high shares of employment within some districts in Otago that is supported by food and fibre employment means that household incomes in some places are extremely vulnerable to any changes to employment conditions and profitability within the food and fibre sector. Research suggests that the costs of adjusting to new water regulations tend to fall unevenly on different types of farming systems and on different parts of the region. Certainty is required within the pRPS provisions because the sector employs many people in Otago. Rural communities face the greatest risks as more food and fibre employment is present there. The ability for communities to provide for their social and economic well-being will be at risk because those employed in the food and fibre sector have lower wages and are extremely vulnerable to changes in employment conditions. If adjustments are permitted to occur over a longer time period, then there are more opportunities to invest in the necessary changes in a way that poses smaller and less persistent costs on the local economy. It is important to remember that throughout this process, it is not just farm owners that are affected, but also the households that rely on the food and fibre sector for employment. I would be happy to take any of the panel's questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Patterson. At the risk of sounding a bit like a broken record, I just noted your last comment there, the households that rely on food and fibre sector from employment as well are affected. But I always take GDP stats with a bit of a grain of salt in relation to this particular issue. As an economist, would it be fair to say that, as I spoke about yesterday, the food production sector actually underpins the whole economy? And if you mess with the efficiency of that, you pretty much mess with the efficiency of the rest of the economy, purely because less time is available to actually do those other things, because you're having to spend that time producing food, which is a fundamental.
In my evidence, I have focused on those direct effects related to the ability to generate economic activity or the ability to sustain employment. I've shown in my evidence that almost 12% of jobs are directly related to food and fibre processing and production. So that's about 1 out of every 8 jobs across the region. I haven't looked into the social consequences from that next order issue of, I guess, of nourishing someone from the consuming of the food and the time it would have taken to produce that if it hadn't been through commercial means.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. The only other question I had really was in your evidence in chief was around your paragraph sort of 56 through to 59, when you talk about the essential freshwater package and the impairment that could result in the industry. And as an economist, I'm just wondering, in that context, do you guys look at that, well, I guess the question is really, is there a climate change impact in there as well? Because you talk about the possibility that land use in Otago may sort of change from dairy farming, may go back to arable farming, etc. Have you ever considered that happening without any of the regulations, but what might happen in terms of climate change in Otago and how that may impact on land use?
In the research that I reviewed for this submission, I hadn't been directly looking at what would happen in the event of climate change without regulatory changes. I note that Mario Fernandez's evidence that will be called upon, he looks much more deeply at the costs of adjustment in different scenarios.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was aware of his evidence, and I just wondered if it factored into that the potential change and resulting economic impact of land uses. Okay, thank you for that. That's all I had.
I feel like this is one of those times when somebody tells you something and then you say, so what? I mean, you've described, I guess, the economics and everything, but looking at, yeah, so what? What does that mean for the RPS, the exercise that we're doing here? I understand the sort of dimensions that you're, but what messages do you think we should take out of what you're saying?
My evidence has shown that a large proportion of households directly rely on the sector to derive their income. So at a household level, a lot of their future planning and decision making relies on that certainty over their income. That's at a household level, at a personal level. For businesses as well, when they're looking towards the future and what their investment is in their own business, their ability to draw on credit is also relies on having some sort of certainty regarding the activities that they'll be able to do in future. So those are the two areas I guess I would draw attention to.
Okay. If I dig deep down there, I would be saying to myself, the RPS ought to cast an eye to the very two things that you're highlighting in order to sort of best serve, I suppose, the community that you live in.
Yes, and just that getting to the end goal, it's crucial to factor in the potential path to getting there, both in terms of how what's trying to be achieved here, how that might interact with any other potential policies or regulatory mechanisms, as well as the timeframes over which people can adjust. Because what the evidence that I've reviewed has shown is that there's a lot of uncertainty as to the overall magnitude of costs. But what the evidence tends to suggest is that if people have been able to adjust in a way that gives them time to make the best possible decisions with the most certainty, that they're able to mitigate many of these costs rather than making relatively short-term solutions instead of moving to the right model for the long term.
Good. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you for your evidence. That's very interesting. I just had one question, probably paragraph 57, which I know Commissioner Cubitt look at those paragraphs as well. But you state there that, referring to the NZIER report, that it showed that Otago would fare better economically from adapting to more stringent water quality regulations than many other regions. I was actually quite surprised to read that, and I was just wondering if you could elaborate a little on that.
Yes, when I first read that, I myself was somewhat surprised, but then as I unpacked the assumptions beneath that, it was reliant on Otago adapting. So moving resources out of dairy farming and into arable farming was what the NZIER finding was contingent upon. So it was related to the decisions of farmers to be able to adapt their practice in response to the policy, and being able to practically achieve that through being able to access capital to make the necessary investments.
Right, so it's effectively saying that moving from dairy farming to arable would be easier potentially in Otago than some other regions.
That's what that report was saying in its conclusions.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. No, thanks for that.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. I have no questions. Your evidence is very clear to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, then that brings us from Mr. Patterson to the dairy-specific economic evidence of Mr. Mario Fernandez.
Is this the same one? Oh,
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Fernandez.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself to the panel, please?
Yes, first of all, I need to say that I have a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation that I'm going to share, if that is okay with you. Let me just give me 1 second.
Just while you're waiting for that to come up, is your last name Fernandez or Cadena?
Both, actually. In Latin America, we have two surnames, and that yes, that has introduced a number of issues here in New Zealand. Could you please confirm that you can see my wide screen?
Yes, we
Yes.
can. Thank you.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, I will proceed with my presentation. And my name is Mario Fernandez. I am principal economist in Dairy NZ. I refer to my experience as outlined in my evidence, which focuses on the economic impact of the proposed RPS on dairy farmers in Otago. My background is on mathematical modeling and econometrics. I confirm that I have read the updated code of conduct for expert witnesses containing Developmental Code Practice 2023, and I agreed to comply with this code of conduct. So I will proceed. First, I provide some context. BNG has done it already, but for the purposes of my evidence, I should say that the dairy sector in New Zealand, we all know it is an important component of the economy. It is often the nation's largest exporter by value. The sector provides around a third of the value of all national exports, and in 2022, it generated export revenue of around $22 billion. Within this context, the Otago region is an essential contributor to the dairy sector, with 5.5% of New Zealand's dairy cows, and providing almost 6% of the employment opportunities, which is about 4 times higher than the national average. Thus, Otago Dairy bolsters the regional economy by generating $525 million in revenue. Dairy-related roles represent about 14% and 8% of the total roles in the Clutha and Waitaki districts, respectively. And even though economic growth in the rural Otago regions has slowed in recent years, the recovery will be aided by existing and new roles within the dairy sector. This is evident in the Clutha district, where dairy farming has held the top position for job creation from 2020 to 2021, being responsible for about 10% of the new roles. Now, when it comes to my evidence, what I do is I analyze the economic impact on the reforms by simulating the introduction of a permanent and mandatory 50% nitrogen loss reduction and estimating the effects on farms' profitability and viability. In particular, I assess the value of having different transition timeframes for dairy farmers to comply with the loss reduction. For example, if the reduction must be met in 2040, this is a stringent time frame, or 2060, this is a more flexible and longer time frame. I followed this approach because the proposed RPS does not outline specifics, also to evaluate and exemplify the value of setting long and flexible timeframes for dairy farmers to adapt their operations and minimize the costs. I used a mathematical programming model to analyze profitability, conditional on the wide diversity of farms in terms of production, asset structure, depth, GHG emissions, nitrogen leaching, and so on. The model uses a sample of 67 farms and accommodates in its baseline the operation starting in 2025, the essential freshwater package, and the pricing of agricultural emissions. And on top of this, I add the nitrogen leaching reduction levels that I'm simulating. What I found, and this figure here shows the change in profit relative to the baseline and the two timeframes to achieve the reduction level, 2040 and 2060. Each dot in this figure represents the profit change for an individual farm, and any dot below the zero line indicates the farm is incurring in profit losses. Each box below represents the distribution of farm profit change. This figure, the first thing that we should notice here is that the vast majority of farms will report losses due to the mandating nitrogen leaching reductions. But most importantly, it shows us the value of setting longer and more flexible timeframes. We could see it here. For example, under a stringent timeframe set at 2040, the blue boxes, the mean profit losses are about 21% below the baseline, both in 2040 and 2050. In turn, if the time frame is set at 2060, the orange boxes, we see that the mean profit losses are lower. In 2040, it's 11%, and 2050, 16%. That is, the implication here is that the intermediate low reduction levels will allow farmers to prorate decision plans over a longer time horizon and minimize costs. Now, in my evidence, I showed that the nitrogen leaching reductions have strong implications for the viability of dairy farms because profit losses affect cash surplus, which affect the capacity to repay debt. Hence, the permanent nature of the reduction levels, coupled with the lack of cost-effective mitigation practices and mechanisms to attenuate the policy shock, will only imply worsening economic impacts as time passes by. This table shows results for multiple levels of nitrogen leaching reductions to carry out a sort of sensitivity analysis, 10, 30, and 50% below the baseline, and for the two timeframes. And what we see here is the heavy burden of nitrogen leaching reductions. That is, out of the 67 farms used for my analysis, about 17, 25% of the population, or the farm population, may shut down in 2040, even for a relatively small reduction of 10%. The longer timeframe set at 2060 does not improve much the landscape, as 16 farms, 24% of the farm population, will leave the industry by 2040. Furthermore, for a higher reduction level of 50% and a time frame set at 2040, we still see 24 farms. 36% of the population will shut down. The longer time frame reduces that number to 19, 28% of the population. That is, even though the flexible timeframes show economic value by reducing profit losses, farms are still at great risk of non-viability. Consequently, it appears that the only way to achieve high levels of reduction is for certain farms to ultimately go out of business. The Otago industry would shrink by at least 24% by 2040. To complete my discussion, the role of mitigation practices such as pasture planting and adopting pivot irrigation and others that are included in my evidence, their role for farms to remain viable is limited because adoption of effective mitigation practices is costly and it is complex, which implies further decreases in profit. Therefore, my point here is that more research is needed to fully understand the implications of the reductions, the potential of mitigation practices, and other adaptation plans for farmers. Now, the costs for the dairy sector flow on to the rest of the economy. For the dairy sector overall in Otago, a longer and more flexible time frame implies that the costs will decrease from $7.3 million to $3.2 million, a 55% reduction. The regional costs also decrease if a longer time frame is allowed, that is from 40 14.6 if set in 2040 to 6.5 if set in 2060. We see the value of the longer and flexible timeframes. Therefore, the total costs may reach almost 22 million if set at 2040, but we observe a substantial decrease to 9.7 million if set at 2060. However, these results should be interpreted with caution because my evidence uses a sample of 67 farms, but there are about 455 operating in Otago. That is, the cost figures I'm presenting may underestimate the true and higher costs, a lower bound. That is, the true costs may be higher by a factor of 6 or 7. To conclude, my evidence shows that great economic value is achieved by allowing longer and more flexible timeframes to meet the reductions. Therefore, the staged and careful transition to achieving nitrogen leaching reductions in the long run is critical to preserving the viability of farms as well as the economic structure of the Otago region. Thank you. I'm open for questions.
Thank you. Just in relation to that last comment, your evidence and check addresses a couple of those. That point around the policy settings that may achieve that at just paragraph 63. You talk about policy that may entail farmers negotiating between themselves how they reduce that burden. What are you suggesting there? Is that, how's that going to work? Is that like a market for contaminants or something like that?
What I am suggesting here is that we should explore further mechanisms about how the implementation of the RPS is going to look like in the next couple of years. Considering that the amount of information was limited regarding the specifics of the RPS, what I did is to, first of all, to assume a uniform mandate over all farms, but then when doing further analysis, it was revealed that it would be more cost effective, or that at least for the sake of curiosity, we should be exploring alternative setups of the RPS. And that is what I'm suggesting here, not necessarily that a cap and trade system should be implemented, but only that there is other ways to achieve the reduction, the environmental goal, let's call it, while minimizing costs.
Okay. In relation to that long time frame approach you're talking about, and I think you've gone out to 2060, and I'm just trying to understand how you would implement something like that in relation to nutrient limits over a period like that. I mean, that's a 37-year period, and farms change ownership. Various things happen in such a long period. So how would you put in place a staged approach over a consent process for something like that? Or are you envisaging short-term consents for 10 years at one level, then the next consent you have to drop below? I'm not sure how you're promoting that could happen. And that may be an unfair question for you. It may be more for Mr. Freeman.
Well, what I could say is when you work on modeling, you're trying to have a simplified representation of the reality, and that farms changing hands or changing the use of their land is a fact of life. So we could have a number of assumptions here in order just to identify either an accurate number or the direction of changes. And that's what I'm doing here. That if we're going to set, or if the RPS is going to set a higher stringent environmental goal coupled with a short time horizon for farmers to adapt, the costs are going to be high. On the contrary, if the purpose is to retain this environmental goal over a long time horizon, there's a totally different landscape over which farmers will be able to adapt or to wait for new technologies or for more research to be undertaken in order to identify proper actions for an optimal behavior. Now, you mentioned farms changing hands and land use changes. Those are part of the nuances as well as the complexities when undertaking this kind of analysis. But qualitatively speaking, and I think, and I'm 99% certain, the results will still hold.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for that.
I don't have any questions, but I just want to make an observation. You must have got some really good training at Landcare Researchers as economists, because I worked there too, and I got some pretty good training.
It certainly is.
Well done, Chris. Yes. Just the only query I had, Mr. Fernandez, was at your paragraph 66, when you were talking about a balanced approach between meeting environmental goals at a minimum risk requires further research about the absorptive capacity of the environment, the ability to spread the burden of economic impacts across farms and regions. There's such a personal aspect, isn't there, in terms of indebtedness and ability to cope with change. Is there realistically any more research other than the general approach that you as economists can provide to us that, look, you need to recognise there will be differences in capital structures of these businesses, some of which will be able to absorb the change, some of which won't. There's no real further research that can be of any great assistance, is there, other than that general approach that you've described?
I'm sorry, I think if I understood correctly your question, because there was a couple of trucks passing by in Dunedin.
Okay, I'll try and do it again more briefly. In essence, as I read or hear both Mr. Patterson and yourself, you're giving, on the basis of models, in terms of a limited number of farms, you come to conclusions that point out that the ability to cope or have a capacity to cope with change is going to depend on a range of factors, one of which is obviously the debt structure for a particular farming business. You then are suggesting in paragraph 66 that there needs to be further research on that sort of absorptive capacity. But given that individual issue, is there any real further gain to be obtained from further research? If the evidence of yourself and Mr. Patterson establishes the base point, which is that there will be a need for a long period of transition.
Yeah.
I mean, further research is just going to show, isn't it, the diversity of capital structures for each farming business?
In a higher level of generality, when we have to work on this kind of modeling, and in order to respond to your question the best I can, we have to take into consideration the reality that is occurring for farmers starting in 2025, which is the FW package, the pricing of agricultural emissions, which are already affecting variables or the whole context on which the farms have to exist. We can introduce these matters into the model. We can simulate the additional enriching reductions, but still there is always, and this is something that happens in every kind of modeling, there is always going to be room for introducing further flexibility, further refinements, such as capital structure, and in the case of New Zealand and for the kind of work that we do, the high heterogeneity we have across farms. So the value of greater research on this regard I would say it's going to be very high because it's going to reveal us more insights about the responses of farms to a particular policy, to a particular shock that may, or in the response may overlap what would happen in a different setting in order to avoid, for example, duplicate efforts. If, for example, the pricing of agricultural emissions is going to imply co-benefits regarding end leaching or any other freshwater contaminant, it is something that we should try to understand how these co-benefits, as an example, is going to affect the behavior of farms with respect to end leaching in order to avoid, I don't know, redundant efforts, duplicate efforts, in general, to avoid or mitigate as much as possible the shrinkage of the industry in Otago, and many other insights that may not be that obvious at this point of time, because they may come up as you work on the actual modeling and you start seeing your results. That's the value that I see.
Thank you for that. And thank you very much for your evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. That brings your evidence to a close. And
Thank you.
now we have our first witness in person. Mr. Jenny, would you like to come up to the front, please? Right, would you like to introduce yourself and present your summary?
Yeah, hello. My name is Simon Glennie. Work as a sheep and beef and deer consultant for Abacus Bio based in Otago. I guess I have rural land in Otago that's used for sheep and beef farming and arable farming, and investments in dairy farming in Southland as well. I refer you to my full expertise and experience outlined in my evidence. The purpose of this evidence is to assist the panel in understanding the process of transition that will be required by participants within the food and fibre sector of Otago, and the need to consider this when determining when new regulations and or limits need to be achieved. My discussion of freshwater is grounded in this relevance to the non-freshwater provisions. Practical challenges. Otago's farming diversity is remarkable, but brings with it an array of challenges in setting policies and rules. The first challenge to consider is implementing an array of practices that could be considered best practice or even good practice in terms of environmental management and freshwater outcomes. Physical challenges need to be considered alongside the social and financial elements, such as age and stage of farmers and the labour to support any change in practice. My evidence dives into actual examples to provide context. System change. To go beyond the practices that can be reasonably adopted into current systems will require significant system change and could precipitate land use changes with bigger impacts that take longer to implement. Where policy dictates that on-farm change of this magnitude is required, there are generational impacts to consider. For many farmers, the risks involved are simply too great to bear and the status quo remains. Where the reasons for the change are driven or partly driven by compliance, the risk of failure is likely to climb. Things to consider. Farmers know that change is needed, but want to ensure that timeframes and the relative benefits of implementing best management practice are considered. This means that variation in physical, social, and financial circumstances can be given due consideration. I've identified the following considerations. Social. There are significant hurdles for a farming family to take on the debt required to support irrigation development. These can turn on social factors such as the stage of the farm's succession, intergenerational goals, access to finance, land use options, and the skill or ability of the farmer. Good management practice. Each Otago farm will have a stocking policy to suit the environment and the farm's limitations. Significant change in management practice is often impossible or financially imprudent. Winter crop. Winter crops are critical to farm productivity and animal welfare in Otago. Constructed wetlands. Whether a wetland should be constructed requires consideration of the impacts to farming systems. Where actions beyond best management practice are required, a much wider and deeper consideration is required. Change of this magnitude requires more thought as to consequences for land value and the impacts on farmers that make significant system changes. Many of these will have detrimental financial outcomes. Consideration is further required in light of the practical constraints associated with implementing these significant changes. As I described in this evidence, these large changes take time, even once they have been committed to and funding is available. I'd be happy to answer any of the panel's questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Commissioner Kelly.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Glenn. Your summary touched on a couple of points that I wanted to raise with you in your evidence and chiefs and your system change summary there. I had a note in paragraph 32 in your evidence in chief, when you talk about the example of a young Central Otago family farm. Halfway down here, you talk about the debt service and the modelling used in that, in the software. What are you saying, what are you meaning when you talk about different systems tried in the software to evaluate the fit and potential profitability? Is that different systems within the same type of farming operation, or is it, are you meaning going from dry land to dairy or something like that?
No, it's not transformational changes at that stage. It's more adaptive change.
Yeah.
So that would be this. It would be considered a similar system adapted to make it work.
Yeah, okay. So it's not a change.
So we're not talking
yeah.
major land use change at that stage. I see that there's a distinction there, really. Once you can't adapt, you need to make a transformational change.
Yeah. So you go through that process before you get to that point.
Yeah. That's to see if you can get funding from a bank. It needs to stack up financially, or you can't actually get that funding. So that's just looking at different farming systems. We would say not necessarily a change to dairying or anything. We can't do that anyway. It would be within a dry stock policy system. So maybe more trading stock as opposed to breeding stock.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And you talk about two different sort of phrases in your summary, which good. And your paragraph 61 in relation to constructed wetlands, you talk about good management practices, and it pushes you beyond best practice. What are you referring to in that sense? Is that in an environmental sense, or is that more in a farm economically sustainable sense?
That's more in an environmental sense. But there are a lot of issues around that.
I don't quite understand it though. If it's inclusion of the wetlands as part of good management practice, it pushes us beyond best practice. So what? It doesn't sort of align.
So if you're looking at inclusion of the wetland, what are you achieving through doing that? Are you reducing your nitrate losses? So you might be putting in there as a mitigation against some of those nutrients getting to the eventual waterways. So that's sort of some of the use of a wetland. There's a cost to include those in your farm system. So that's really the case there.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is that, well, it's good practice. It's going to have an impact on the value of the land and your use of that land. So it's pushing you beyond best practice into an area of changing land.
Yeah,
so
there's a lot of Otago's here. A lot of Otago's wet areas have been drained.
Yeah.
And I guess there's a few conflicts there. We have some farmers that are in very wet areas, and as a community or as a catchment group, that would be the best place for a community wetland. But the farmer themselves that are in that position are they're up against it. They own the farm and they want to retain the value of their farm by keeping it drained. and keeping the production up, but it's the best site for the wetland.
Yeah.
That's really there's a little conflict there. In terms of reducing nutrient load to water, some of those drained farms would be better off, with wetlands included in them, which may affect the value of the land.
Yeah, it's a bit of a legacy of past practices that we didn't really think through. Yes.
Yes, I guess. A lot of the drainage that was done years ago wasn't done with a consideration to the environmental impacts.
Okay, well, your evidence is very helpful. Thank you. I have to say about all your witnesses on this sort of stuff, we have heard a lot of this in the initial part of the hearing. So we have seen similar stats, etc. So thank you for that.
You're a sheep, beef and deer consultant.
Yes.
Yeah. When I read your evidence, it seemed like the sort of things you were talking about could apply to any kind of farming, not just sheep, beef and deer. Could I be right in
Yes,
assuming that?
mostly the same, and possibly even more so for dairy with the bigger debt loads.
Well, yeah, I was thinking of dairy in particular, but we'd already discussed. And there are some assumptions here, I guess, that this process, this relooking of the RPS, will necessarily result in some sort of change. What is the kind of change that you envisage here?
The change that I see that farmers will be making. I mean, I think over time, so here's an example. Last week, farm field day for all grass wintering. So that's a move away from reliance onto feed crops. Ask the farmers, how many farmers here are all grass wintering? And out of like 130 or so farmers, 5 farmers were all grass wintering. But they were there in numbers to look at how they can adapt their practices to maybe reduce their reliance onto feed crops. And when we dig deeper and find out what is your reason for that, why are you looking at that? Part of it is that they think there's going to be some regulatory barriers to doing that practice, but also part of it is that it's a high cost part of their operation as well. And another part of it is that they know that there are some poorer outcomes for that practice, and they're aware of that. And so they're looking at all these factors together and saying, hey, look, maybe there's some of these practices we get changed, but they need time to investigate how they're going to implement it and what some of the unintended consequences are of the changes they need to make. In this particular case, it will involve more nitrogen fertilizer going on dryland farms. So there's a cap at 190 units of nitrogen in the national policy statement, but the sheep and beef farmers in Otago are well and truly below that. But what is the consequence of that extra nitrogen going on to achieve the feed outcomes that they require? So for me, I think there will be change on farm. It just takes time for them to realise the consequences of that change and embedding them.
Is there such a thing as a lifespan for a beef or sheep or deer farm?
There's a lot of farmers in Otago that are over 100 years in families. So I guess, and if you ask those families, they're intergenerational farmers and they don't really accept that they own the land. They're caretakers of the land for the next generation. Cool. So I think there's a lot of long-term value in the land, and they value the asset, and as such, they want to do right by the resource.
Yeah. So arguably, change is always at the back of your minds anyway. I mean, that's farming being a business. Yeah. The prospect for some sort of change as the time goes on is always there.
I believe so, yeah. And I believe that the farmers now are measuring and monitoring more and are able to see their impact in numbers. Sometimes, it takes the community groups that are measuring water quality now. Farmers are actually aware of what's happening in their catchment, and we see that the change has sped up in respect to what's happening in riparian management. So I think the farmers becoming aware of those practices that may be doing more damage than they had once thought. They're aware of them and are making change, but it's not an easy job and it's not going to be really quick, but I think they have got an attitude to make those changes.
I get your point. Thanks very much.
Yeah, no, thank you. A lot of my work's been in Canterbury, and I've seen a lot of the struggles of the farming community, I suppose, going through transitions. Their farm environment plans have been sort of phased in over a number of years, and requirements for good management practice, that sort of stuff, as well as now in some sub-regions going beyond good management practice. I suppose I was just interested, and I'm not sure if you can help me or not, but just to get a bit of a feel for how many farms do you think would sort of be at a kind of good management practice level of the ones that you deal with? You know, how many have got farm environment plans at the moment? You know, just kind of a bit of a, it's one of the things that there was a lot of discussion around this stuff in the evidence, but I didn't see a lot of kind of number. I mean, do you have a feel for that at all? I'm just wondering sort of where we're at in the sort of road that everybody seems to be on.
I don't have a really good feel for the numbers that have got those plans in place, and whether that means that they're good or not. I have a suspicion that a percentage of farmers with the land environment plan, it's been in the drawer since they've done it, and they will you know, implement practices and changes as they can over time. I think there's a reluctance for them to race ahead and do too much until they know what the playing field looks like. So that's a consideration. And things like irrigation infrastructure updates and upgrades for farmers, that's a real battle for them. They're aware that water use efficiency is something that they should be targeting. They're aware that some of those irrigation practices result in poorer environment outcomes, but the economics of going through the process of change is difficult. And even when that's said, some of the practices that we consider to be better in terms of spray irrigation, they've got their limitations as well. So
I was going to sort of ask if you've got a feel for you know, what proportion is still bordered or flood irrigation as opposed to shifting spray. And I know there's sort of pros and cons. I mean, you know, it's been a real push towards spray irrigation in Canterbury, but, you know, but alongside that, there are sort of other issues as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the stats, and I wouldn't dare to try. And I know that there are still some of the old borders around. There's still some flood irrigation in Otago. Less and less. There are farmers making that shift and spending the money to do it for a variety of reasons.
I mean, I found it was quite, you know, interesting to read, just given that the way the irrigation infrastructure, the scheme infrastructure is set up, you know, with the rostering, you know, storage is required to move to spray, which is that
it's a challenge.
Additional costs to go there. Yeah.
Yeah. So in some of those schemes, there's quite a mix of the need to still go through the old roster system, but also there's enough farmers with efficient spray that requires the water on a more regular basis. So that's something they work through in all of the schemes. But there is another shift from people that have invested in some earlier forms of spray irrigation that aren't that great in terms of their environmental outcomes either. And there's another step, and that's really hard to justify because they don't get a massive increase in dry matter growth, but there's a huge cost to do it.
Yeah.
There's a good environmental outcome. But I find that next step will be really hard.
Okay, no, thank you for that.
You mentioned the change from, or the potential for change from winter cropping to all grass. What's the relative nitrogen fertiliser application comparison?
In terms of how much you have to use, well, the example the other day was around, we were looking at replacing 430 tonnes of winter feed crop with nitrogen. And to replace that in terms of N, you're looking at 43 tonnes of nitrogen at a 10-to-1 response will give you 430 tonnes of dry matter. So a lot more nitrogen required, but still a lot lower than anything near the NPS levels. So still a lot of nitrogen use now, bearing in mind that a lot of the hill country in Otago is deficient in nitrogen. Little's likely to leach from that process. It's always the secondary process of the urinary loss of nitrogen that causes the damage. In terms of losses on a per hectare basis, under winter feed crops, in that 40 to 60 kilograms of N per hectare loss from the crop. And in terms of general loss on pasture, in that 7 to 15 kilograms of N loss, depending on soil types and stocking rates.
At paragraph 66 of your evidence, you started off with, have you got that before you?
I haven't got it. Oh, I can.
I've got a hard copy here that I can pass across to Mr. Jenny.
I'll be able to remember it.
Yeah.
Well, look, it started off, it just threw me at the start, the first two words, first word, because you talked about production forestry has increased on price to properties as farmers take the opportunity to capture carbon and shift land use to trees. And I just want, is that the real concern, or is the real concern permanent forestry? Where there's no intent to harvest, so it's not production.
I don't, farmers aren't seeing, the concern that farmers have with production forestry is the impact on communities for them.
Yeah, indeed, but
on the farm, they're taking that opportunity to put the right, have the right practice in the right place. So, and their concern is that there's a lot of land that's considered really good grazable production land that's going into forestry. I think the question of between production forestry and permanent sink forestry, there would be a little bit of concern about that, but I wouldn't think overly so.
is that taken off to any great extent? Otago?
The forestry?
Permanent.
I don't know the numbers on that really. I probably couldn't comment too much on that. Certainly production forestry in South Otago has increased markedly.
The only other question I had really just helped me out, it's just probably a phraseology thing, but in paragraphs 44 or 45, you used the phraseology of the type of fencing to exclude deer. And I was reading it as being to retain deer, but
Exclude from waterways, I guess I would.
you mean for exclude from waterways?
Yeah.
I see.
That's
I see.
some of those, the farmers that I have on extensive Otago hill country at low stocking rates
Right.
are concerned that it's prohibitively expensive to fence that type of country. It's almost impossible to do.
Right.
And we're looking at high costs per metre of fencing with very little likely impact on the water quality.
Yeah. No, look, that makes your paragraphs very clear. So thank you. And thank you for the figures that you provided to us, which has been very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glennie. Next, we're going to have Jenny McGimsey give her evidence. While she's finding her way up front, a couple of things. I have a message from Susie McKeague that she's in a position to answer questions about farm plan take-up rates and overland flow applications and things of that kind, if you have questions of that kind. And there's also an interesting observation about permanent versus production carbon forestry. What I'm seeing is that you are most unlikely to know at this point in time who's planting forestry for production and who's planting forestry for carbon sequestration on a permanent basis. The reason being is that the National Environmental Standard for plantation forestry only applies to production forestry as opposed to permanent carbon forestry. So if you wish to take advantage of permitted activity status, then you are having to begin at least with the intention of harvesting. Now, the question about whether you actually end up harvesting or not is one for another day. But I think my observation is that virtually all forestry that's going in now is on the pretext of the NES plantation forestry, to take advantage of permitted activity status when you're outside of an ONL or an SNA or places like that.
Yeah, I suppose it's probably not till about year 7 or wherever when they're supposed to do their first pruning that you start to get a real indication, is it?
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, there is a permanent carbon forest in North Otago, inland from Oamaru, that has been in the media, at least locally, quite a bit, because it's very clear that that owner is intending on permanent carbon forestry. And but most of what I think Mr. Glennie's discussing and what I'm observing is it is going in as plantation forestry under the NES. Sorry for that minor diversion. Jenny, would you like to introduce yourself? And you have 2 briefs of evidence, don't you? Your original and an update that was filed last week.
That's correct.
Jolly good. So what we do is you push the button until it goes red. I'll turn mine off and be quiet and leave you to it.
Good afternoon, tēnā koutou.
Kia ora.
My name is Jennifer Ann McGimsey. My role is as an Economic Service Manager for Beef and Lamb New Zealand. This involves me visiting a group of randomly selected sheep and beef farms each year across the southern South Island to gather and analyse data for the Beef and Lamb New Zealand Economic Service Sheep and Beef Farm Survey. It may also interest the panel that I have provided some comments in the preparation of 2 reports by the Otago Regional Council Industry Advisory Group, namely the Sheep and Beef chapter in Farmers and Growers in Otago, which has already been published, and the Sheep and Beef chapter in a report currently in draft form, Otago's Rural Businesses and Environmental Actions for Fresh Water. My evidence sets out the diversity of farms within the sheep and beef sector in Otago, the different farm classes in Otago and the features of each farm class, the process that is required to change a farming system, and the time and financial limitations of changing a farming system in Otago. Different farm classes in Otago and diversity. Beef and Lamb New Zealand's Sheep and Beef Farm Survey recognises 4 farm classes in Otago, and I refer the panel to the table at paragraph 21 of my brief of evidence that describes the different farm classes. Farm systems in Otago, sheep and beef, are very diverse. That diversity can be described by a combination of physical, economic, and social characteristics. For example, location, size, topography, altitude, climate, soil, stockmanship, financial skill and farm profitability, farm infrastructure, history, indebtedness, personal values and skills, generational factors, family needs, community factors, and so on. The result is a matrix for each farm that makes it unique. Farms that are geographically neighbours could be very different farming systems at very different stages of a farming life cycle. This diversity means that any policy can have widely different impacts on individual and unique sheep and beef farms. The farms themselves should also not just be thought of as farmers as individuals, but of families, parents, children, and often grandchildren who are involved in farming communities, as well as the wider connected industries, like the wider pastoral sector, meat processors, shearers, transport operators, contractors, diggers, stock agents, vet services, tradespeople, the list goes on, and it's just a few to name. Change to a farming system. Farming systems continually adapt to the climate and market conditions. Traditionally, high country farms in the beef and lamb system, that's farm class 1, would have run merino sheep, and revenue from fine wool was the predominant source of income for this farm class. As market drivers changed, revenue from meat production increased, and some high country farmers have changed breeds to crossbreed with a strong focus on meat production. Another example is finishing farms. In our system, farm class 7, where meat production is the predominant income stream. In recent years, prices for coarse wools have decreased to the point that the income from wool sales has not covered the expense of harvesting it. That includes shearing and crutching. Farmers have adapted and are choosing rams with traits related to improved meat and maternal characteristics with much less emphasis on wool-related traits. In a few cases, farmers are choosing self-shedding or wool-free breeds of sheep, concentrating on meat production only. The fully converted flock to a new breed may take up to 20 years because the farmer must use rams with the appropriate genetics against the existing new flock. There's simply not enough animals out there to go and buy them as you want them. So you have to breed them up. The same time frame applies to any sort of genetic change across a sheep flock or beef herd. For example, lower methane emitting sheep genetics, improved internal parasite resistance, facial eczema tolerance, improved lamb survival, increased ewe efficiency, and so on. Limitations of change. Farming operations require specific criteria for production, that is, the most efficient use of resources available, including land, water, climate, social, and environmental. They must also remain responsive to market and policy signals. This means that the limitations of change include availability of natural resources, climate, water availability, environmental settings, cost, the ability to obtain funds for any change, time, family factors, including where the farm is and its succession plan, and the availability of labour, both on and off farm. Farmers adopt changes where there are clear guidelines and benefits to the overall farming systems and the wider community. On-farm production improvements have been a cornerstone of the New Zealand sheep and beef farming sector and reflect the capability and resilience of New Zealand farmers. However, any change takes time and needs to be planned, financially prudent, and managed carefully. What am I asking for? I'm asking that the panel considers the diversity of sheep and beef farm systems in Otago, realistic timeframes of change, and the limitations of change for individual farming systems. I also ask that the panel considers the importance of the sheep and beef sector to the environmental, economic, and social well-being of rural communities and the wider Otago region and New Zealand. I'm happy to take any questions.
Can you just explain the booklet we've been given?
All right, okay, so that little booklet is called The Compendium of Farm Facts. It's produced on an annual basis by the Beef and Lamb New Zealand Economic Service. It's a snapshot of the pastoral sector and it is referred to in a footnote of my brief of evidence.
Right. So which year does this one relate?
That one was published in 2022. So the time series in there are up to that year. There's another one that is in the stage of being put together right now.
Good, thank you. Maybe some questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just on with booklet, to be a book of facts, it has to be factual. And I'm just looking at and this is just for their benefit, there's a map there of New Zealand and Otago shown incorrectly. I just sort of point that out. North Otago is not shown.
Right.
Are you referring to regional council boundaries maybe, but there's no note to that. So
I can
clarify.
explain that.
I know, it's just an in-house joke. The other thing is hopefully we don't have a conflict of interest because my father and my brother used to share quite regularly in Moa Flat. I'm not sure where your farm was in Moa Flat.
On Mackay Road.
Okay, yeah, I do know that area. Yeah. You know, I did get quite excited in your paragraph 10 of your summary. I thought maybe I should go back to farming when the gross profit was $603,000. And then I started reading on. And your farm expenditure is 478, and then you get over to your 12 and 13, where forecast and farm profit has significantly dropped. In both, what is the main driver for that? Is inputs gone up, or is that climate related, or is it a combination?
It is a combination of many factors, predominantly reduced revenue for the products that sheep and beef farmers sell. Wool is in the doldrums when it comes to our strong wools, coarse wools. Meat has taken a substantial cut in revenue this season compared to last because of market factors. So reduced revenue. At the same time, inputs have increased in price. So practically every input into farming systems, with the exception, I believe, of electricity, showed a significant increase compared to last year. Some of the major ones include fertiliser, fuel, shearing wages, wages in general, but practically every expense item. On top of that, interest rates have increased substantially. And that is a very important fact when we're looking at individual farms, because the impact of increased interest expense is not borne evenly across the sector. Some are much more exposed than others, depending on their level of debt.
Yeah, okay, so the long-term outlook for those inputs, particularly those imported ones like your fertilisers and fuel, that's probably only going to get worse, I'd imagine. Fertiliser being based on fossil fuel, effectively.
Right, so that would be the case with nitrogenous fertilisers that have a fossil fuel source. However, a major input into our sheep and beef farming systems are phosphate-based fertilisers, which are from a mineral source.
It's reasonably rare nowadays too, though, isn't it? Do we have sources of that in New Zealand that are significant? Or
I understand there is a small source not far out of Dunedin, but the quality is poor, and the sources of rock phosphate that are used for fertiliser manufacture in this country are from imported sources.
Yeah, okay. And I guess in your paragraph 5 in your summary, you also talk about the climatic conditions, the La Nina. In your work, do you look at what climate change may do to farming models in Otago and how that impacts? We heard from Horticulture New Zealand that it actually might have a benefit for that industry. I'm not so sure that might be the same for farming.
It's an interesting question. My work is more in the near term rather than the long term in terms of forecast. However, Otago is a region of very diverse climatic conditions, and it is possible that there are parts of the region that could benefit from some of the effects of climate change. There will be other regions that will not benefit. So the impacts could be quite different depending on where you are and your farming system.
Yeah, so it's not really just the regulatory burden that's coming, and it's also sort of a natural one that you really can't predict or account for.
So farmers, in my experience, are well versed in managing climate variability. There are opportunities to move stock on in a store condition that is not fully grown and ready to be processed to other parts of the country to cope with when dry periods occur. And likewise, if Otago experiences good growing seasons, those same stock can come from other regions to be finished on Otago farms. So the farms are heavily connected to one another, not just within this region, but within the wider agricultural economy as well.
I think I've read that in a couple of sets of the evidence. Okay, thank you for that.
With all the doom and gloom that you seem to be, seems apparent in the farming industry at the moment, you touch on an issue that that I've wanted to talk to somebody about, and you're the first person who ever raised it, and that is about how people get into farming. Now, it's all very well talking about people already in there. In your paragraph 6, you talk about how you and your husband moved on and left and gave an opportunity for young farmers to get into the business of farming. Talk to me a bit more about that, because that applies everywhere, I guess. And in particular, I suppose the lessons that the council or the RPS ought to take from those people wanting to get into farming.
Okay, so my husband and I and our family thoroughly enjoyed the opportunity to be sheep and beef farmers in Otago. Unfortunately, health issues meant that my husband was no longer able to continue as a full-time farmer. So we had to look at options that suited our specific situation. At the time, our children were not of an age that they were ready to consider any sort of succession. So we had to look at other options, and one of those options was an equity partnership. So we went out looking for potential equity partners and went through a rigorous interview process to come up with candidates that we felt shared similar values and that we felt would look after our farm and our investment in the land. In our circumstances, we have been delighted to find an absolutely wonderful young family who do share our values and are very good farmers and are taking really good care of the land and the stock and the people and the whole farming business. It's wonderful. The whole thing is set up in a way that we communicate regularly so that we can make good decisions that are going to benefit all of the parties that are involved. So we have regular meetings, we have a formal structure, and we communicate early when we're considering any sorts of change. So one of the changes that has occurred since the equity partnership was set up is that our equity partners ended up purchasing all of the stock and plant that was owned by the equity partnership in their own right, and now they lease the farm from the equity partnership. So it's getting a little bit more complicated, but it gives them a bigger slice of the business and it gives them a little bit more autonomy in their farming business. We still have regular meetings to discuss matters that affect the business of the land, because that's what the equity partnership is still involved with, and that involves all of the environmental implications that regulation and so forth is coming about. So the situation that our farming family has gone through is an option, but it's only one of many options. There will be different ways of coming to a set of circumstances, a set of agreements that fits different people. And it just depends on the people involved, just what the actual outcome and how it's put together looks like.
And in paragraph 56 of your evidence in chief, you referred to farmers adopting change where there are clear guidelines and benefits, which is kind of motherhood and apple pie, you might have thought. But I guess the process that the council is going through now with the RPS, my sense is that the community would need to see clear guidelines and get a good sort of idea of what the benefits might be in adopting all these, whatever changes they are. Is that what you meant there?
Yeah, so to give an example, in recent years, I have observed when new policy is mooted, that farmers are all ears. They're wanting to hear what it is that's being promoted and why, and they'll immediately take that and apply it to their personal situation and see, what does it mean for me? How is this going to affect me? What can I do? What do I need to do? So when the fencing regulations came out around essential fresh water, for example, there was a flurry of activity, and farmers did spend money on riparian fencing and so forth. However, in the most recent season, this season, that activity has decreased. There's some major reasons for that. One is the uncertainty around what is actually required and what is going to give the best return for the money invested. And that's particularly precipitated because of the reduced profitability within sheep and beef farm systems this season. So if they're spending money, they want to know that it's going to have the best impact for the money spent, and that it's going to not be sort of considered surplus or excessive or anything like that. It's got to be useful to meet the objectives of the rules or regulations or the what the community requires in the future.
Yeah. Thanks very much for your answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbsy. I don't have any questions. I was just thinking that when I was looking at your summary, imagining some of the farmers in Marlborough, if you had have shown them statements about what was going to happen with wool back in 1950s, 60s, they wouldn't have believed it. And so, no, look, thank you. Been very interesting.
Thank you, Jim. Now, slight change of order of events. With your leave, I wish to interpose Susie McKeague to give her evidence. I believe Susie has commitments that she needs to work with. So, Susie, would you like to come up this way? Perhaps sit on this side there. Now, as you might have gleaned from her evidence, Susie has extensive experience working not just with catchment groups, but also working with farm environment plans and things of that kind. And Susie also worked for years for the ORC, running around telling people they really shouldn't store centre pivots. So it's all her fault, somewhere along the line.
Uh-oh.
I'll just get you to turn your microphone on.
This one, do you like this one?
That one there is perfect.
Thanks. Tēnā katoa katoa. My name is Susan McKeague. I'm an environmental farm consultant. I've worked with farming families and as an advisor, land care coordinator, facilitator, land resource officer by the Otago Regional Council and a consultant for over 30 years. I refer you to my expertise and my experience outlined in my evidence. The purpose of my evidence is to explain the complexity of achieving change to farming systems and the need for long transition periods where land and water use change is anticipated through changes in policy. Although this evidence relates to the non-freshwater provisions, there are many challenges in achieving change regarding water, land use and on-farm and catchment management. An RPS needs to be clear in the goals or visions, provide suitable transition periods. Irrigation in Otago. Over the past decades, the dry catchments of Otago have established collective water management. Irrigators, companies and catchment communities all cooperate to share the scarce resource. These sharing regimes have included consideration and implementation of environmental flows for rivers. For example, water users in Central Otago have established protocols and infrastructure for flow sharing during dry periods. Water storage, distribution and application infrastructure is the result of a century of investment and of trial and error. Irrigation systems require time to plan and implement. The schemes and companies involved are complex, interconnected, cannot be altered quickly or cheaply. Alterations to these systems will take time to design, introduce and to re-establish protocols. Farming system change is unavoidably complex and slow. It is unclear in the proposed RPS exactly what change is required to achieve the FMU visions. This makes it difficult to assess if the vision is sensible for the Rohe and or achievable. As a result, it is impossible to predict how long change will take to implement. An example comes from the Manahera-Kia catchment. The vision to favour main stem or groundwater abstraction over tributaries is not practical or needed. The rules need to be practical and align with the realities of what can be done on the ground. For example, in the Peirao Waipiata flow sharing group in the Tairi catchment, flow down the river has taken many years to understand. Farmers have worked to respond to signals from the regulatory body and the community. Adapting their businesses further to big changes or having to undo the changes they have recently made will take time and money. Water users are aware that change is necessary. In many cases, like the Manahera-Kia, these users have been proactively seeking further understanding and options to deliver to the values of the catchments. However, if big changes are required, then the complexity of water access and flow sharing means long timeframes are needed. The RPS needs to acknowledge this to ensure the Land and Water Regional Plan is not set up to fail by having to implement unachievable goals. For farming businesses to adapt, clear visions and goals are required. These must be achievable and hold steady over time. I'll be happy to take the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Key.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have a lot of questions as your evidence is quite clear on what you're setting out and what you're asking. I did note your qualifications and your work in Western Australia. I thought you'd be a perfect person to deal with Central Otago's issues because it's a bit dry over here. But I guess your summary just highlighted something I was thinking about, how this thing takes time to understand the environment, understand what you have to do to adapt, etc. And you talk about the Waipiata, the Tairi catchment, and the flow down the river having taken many years to understand. Why is that? I know that system is complicated because you've got the Great Moss Swamp and everything. You've got a power station, etc. You've got all the oxbows. You've got, seems to be some water going into different catchments in that area. It's all kind of complicated. Is that the reason, or why is it not happening before? I guess is the question.
So the work that I do there in flow sharing is an absolute subset of everything you describe. Yes, there's all of that and more. In this instance, there is 4 irrigators that take their water directly out of the main stem. Those irrigators have voluntarily decided to uphold the minimum flow. So Otago has had minimum or environmental flows in nearly all of their rivers for years. They just haven't been included on consent. So those farmers decided they would. The complication. Pardon?
Were they deemed permit?
2 of them were, 2 of them weren't.
Oh,
yes, but the deemed permits, they said, yes, we'll just join in because it's the right thing to do. The decision has been made that the river needs that flow, so they will leave that flow and turn off. But the top take is 40 hours away from the bottom take. So that drop of water, so when the top take turns on, I have to have in my mind that there's a dip that's 40 hours away from the bottom take. So if we're down to a situation of on and off, or everybody's down to maybe 20% or 30% of their take, then how do we even out the flow in the river to be sure that 40 hours downstream, we're going to achieve the minimum flow? So it was that, and it was understanding what contribution would some of the tribs make and how we could juggle that while keeping the minimum flow above.
Would that not be an issue in all of the catchments, including the Manahera-Kia?
Yeah.
So it's complex.
Yes. So in other catchments, Manahera-Kia is a good example. So there's hundreds and hundreds of irrigators, and they've got managers of the irrigation companies who do that work, and it's exactly what they do. So there's takes, there's the dam releases the water, there's water going out, there's tributaries coming in. And they all work together to over summer cut back how much they're abstracting. What's written on paper really is their right to take if the flow is abundant. Rarely in the middle of summer are they accessing that water. And so yes, there's this whole how do we all work together to be sure we've maintained some access to water for portions of our property, for our livestock drinking water, and then also how do we leave minimum flows in the river. Yep.
And I kind of take it from the more technical evidence that we've had from like Brendan Sheen and co, that the nature of the infrastructure that feeds this water is, well, ancient and very hard to now adapt to changing those flows. Is that one of the issues that the irrigation managers face?
Yeah, so Brendan would be able to comment more on all of the details about the infrastructure. We go from 1910, I think, all the way through to the Loganburn Dam, I think was the 1980s. So we've got, I don't think the 1980s is that old, really.
Yeah, I'm with you.
But maybe 1910 is pretty old, yeah.
Oh, it's not bad.
So yeah, we've got gear that has been set up for a particular way, and changing is going to take a lot.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for that. I'm going to leave the other questions around the freshwater management process. I think Bianca's probably got some questions around that, but I'll leave that for her. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have any questions, but I mean, there are some thematic things coming through all the presentations so far about, you know, change taking a long time, needing some real good clarity on why the changes and how they, and maybe not so much clarity on how to change or the things that need to be taken to account. But I think the commonalities, I think, in the various presentations that we've got here are starting to just emerge quite clearly. Right. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that. You were just mentioning before about how ORC have had minimum flows for years, but often they're not on the consents. Is that due to the inequities that result from the deemed permits versus standard resource consents, or I mean, I know it's probably an ORC question.
We have a really big mixed bag, and so Tyree, which is, you know, one of our really big rivers, the regional council went through a stage of actually putting minimum flows on permits as they were being replaced, maybe through the 90s and the early 2000s. And then they realised they had a policy that said that minimum flows wouldn't be applied until the whole catchment got reviewed together. And so in that situation, there's quite a few that have and haven't got minimum flows. And in that instance, it was that the deemed permits existed. However, like the irrigators that are between Payrau and Waipiata, all of the others uphold the minimum flows in a voluntary capacity now as well. And even though minimum flows weren't on consent, the Regional Council has other tools at their disposal, which they've also utilised over the years, such as a water shortage direction. So they've not dropped the ball on, I guess, acknowledging that there were plans, and in those plans there was minimum flows, and they had already been decided by the community, and so they, you know, did their best to be sure that those minimum flows were adhered to. I guess the key rivers that were missing minimum flows and still are the Arrow, the Cardrona, and a portion of the Manahirikea. Manahirikea has had a minimum flow at OFA ever since the plan became operative. It needed one further downstream as well. but the irrigation, all of the irrigation companies have upheld a voluntary minimum flow at the bottom of the Manihirakia as well.
Yeah, thanks for that. Now, I think this page indicated that you might be able to respond to some of the questions I had before around, you know, how many farmers have got FEPs, how many are, you know, sort of getting to sort of good management practice level, that sort of.
Yes, so farm plans, I can pick that off by sector. We haven't required environmental farm plans in the water plan. However, every single dairy farm has got an environmental farm plan. Most sheep and beef people, as Simon mentioned, have got an LEP. All of the North Otago Irrigation Company shareholders have got farm plans, and another irrigation company, Argyle, have also got farm plans. Many of the deemed permit holders offered up farm plans. Regional Council hadn't brought in their minimum flow soon enough, and we went through that whole skeleton review, short-term consent. So the deemed permits now are all 6 years. And if that hadn't happened, we would have seen farm plans everywhere. And I guess most of the farming people that I deal with are expecting to have to fine-tune what they've already got into a certified freshwater farm plan within the next couple of years anyway. So there is, yeah, but they're in doing their intensive winter grazing management plans, they have in their minds, well, that's going to be a chapter in my certified environmental farm plan. Silver Fern Farms and Alliance people have farm plans. So we've got all these parts of the puzzle in all different areas.
One of the things that I've got, I suppose, sort of spinning around in my head a little bit from reading all the evidence is, you know, certainly it's come across very strongly. Farms are different, catchments are different. Everybody's ability to respond is going to be different, and that you need time, but the amount of time needed is going to be variable, I would think, between farms, between catchments. And I've seen this in other areas too, where whatever the reductions may end up looking like, and this is more at a regional plan level, you know, it's not a one size fits all in terms of the effects. I mean, how do you think through the RPS that could be dealt with? I mean, I mean, I suppose just sort of looking at the relief sort and, you know, question for Dr. Freeman too, but I mean, are you thinking, are you ideally wanting just to see that recognised through the RPS in some direction for the land and water plan that I suppose these challenges that the farming community have need to be sort of recognised and considered? I mean, what's the sort of, I suppose, what's the sort of gold standard type approach?
Yes,
in a broad sense.
I'm not a planner, but I guess what I'd like to see is visions that make sense, and we have a picture that is consistent. Everybody's picture of what that vision is the same. You know, we have some words that can be interpreted so many different ways that make it difficult for people to even know what it means. We've already heard, maybe we've already got there, maybe we haven't got there, nobody knows. So no, not ambiguous words, but clear words about where we're going and where we agree to go. And then sort of high level, so that the land and water plan, which is coming next, is going to enable, and it's where the rubber hits the road. And we've got these visions that have ambiguous and vague words, but then also drop straight down into the detail as well, in and out of the detail. So high level clarity that enables choices in the land and water plan is, I guess, what would work. I worry that I don't even know where the dates came from, because we don't actually know what the vision is. So are the dates just random because somebody or a group of people thought it would be easy or hard to get to whatever their picture was, of whatever those visions are? So then that's when we get that transition. Once it's worked out if what sort of change we need, and where, how tough is it to get there, and therefore here's the window that is required. So.
Okay, no, that's yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Did you want to know that irrigation? The irrigation.
Oh,
Sorry. What's easiest to work out with irrigation is to say the percent of the water abstracted and how that's applied. And so what's happened is even now, farmers are responding to signals of you must use that water well, and that overland flow options, border dikes and contour or flood is really about not using the water as well as it could be used. So what's happening is where contour flood has stayed alive is generally roughly about 5% of the water abstracted. And it stayed alive on many places because they are the farms that they might just get one pass and then their water source has dried up. So, and that's the end of it. To convert that to spray for the cost of infrastructure isn't worthwhile, but it's still a valuable option on that property. So I estimate about 5% of Otago's abstracted water would be on contour and flood systems, and maybe about 8, 9, 10%. So I think we've got about 15% overall of overland flow. So borders, contour, flood. And I know a client who's putting 2 pivots in this week, in the next couple of weeks, so it's changing every day. And it mostly depends on the reliability of the water source.
Okay, no, thanks. That's helpful.
One of the base conflicts that we're having to address really is that the NPS is, if you, depending on whether you take a pure and how pure you view as of tier 1, the need for the river to have its health needs provided for, and at the other end, the farmers' needs for irrigation water. And how do you, the farmers saying we need a bankable proposition, we need some certainty, we need long terms to be able to adjust. And the regulators, I would imagine, the response would be, that's fine, except we've got to meet this goal that government's laid down of healthy rivers and healthy waters. How can we necessarily be sure, if we give you a 30-year term, despite all your assurances, despite all your evidence about how good you are as managers of properties, that you'll actually do what is actually going to be extremely painful and expensive for you to do? What I've missed really in all of the evidence, and I'm not being critical of it, but I'm interested in your response, is whether there is some sort of midway course, and in a practical sense. I'm not asking for the legal technicalities, but some form of adaptive management. In other words, let's try this system for the next 5 years, see whether it works, something along those lines. Is there a need in a practical sense, or is there an opportunity in a practical sense to take that adaptive management type approach of maybe not going the whole hog straight away, but at least trialing some aspects to see whether that results in a lift of the well-being of the waterways?
So if the goal that is set, or the vision that is set, is out beyond 10 or 15 years, I reckon it'll happen by default anyway. Because if if the goal is clear, then everybody, regulatory, land stewards, everybody knows that's where we've got to be going. So then what happens is that consent officers and the regional council start stepping consents or land and water plan pathways partway there. And should we get to 10 or 15 years, they're in theory continually monitoring the environment. They should start to see signals, farmers should start to see signals, or actually we're failing or we're overachieving. Super if we are overachieving. So I would hope that we could be adaptive. That would be how we would work. We would go, well, actually, here's our goal for this waterway, and oh my, what we've chosen, we're halfway there now, and what we've chosen is, you know, we're either losing our businesses or we are doing really well. So I heard a discussion about, so at the moment we've got water permits that are 6 years. And I heard a discussion that said, well, actually, in the land and water plan, we've now got to go into this allocation issue, and we're going to tackle that in the next consent round. And therefore, the consents will be 10 years or whatever. And then we're going to tackle the allocation. And that, in my mind, was regional council going, well, actually, we're going to take an adaptive approach to this. And if this is where we're heading and that allocation response came at 10 years, then that's on the way.
Yeah.
Farm
I mean,
plans might come, and that will be on the way, won't it? Sorry, interrupt.
No, that's right. I was just going to say the problem we've got is that a lot of what we're hearing is understandably a demand for some certainty, and the certainty really doesn't, in a legal sense, doesn't come until the next plan, until the next setting of rules, and which will either contain minimum flows for particular stretches or will contain whatever rules that might be required. And yet there's the demand for certainty before that. We can't, our difficulty is we can't impose rules. So when you say certainty, what is it that you're actually seeking?
I guess it's clarity on the visions. And so at the moment we have got things like restore form and function, or restore natural form and functions of main stems and tributaries. And so does that mean remove the big dams?
Right. We're probably starting to drift into inevitably.
You're in the blue pages.
Yeah.
No. They are more interesting, I hear you.
Well, it's difficult, but probably we'll see you again next time.
That's right.
Okay. I'll leave it there. Thanks, Ms. McKee.
Thank you.
Still got time for some more.
All right, jolly good. Well, back now to the plan that we were working off, and what you will observe is that the farming witnesses that you were hearing from different parts of the region, reflecting different systems and points of view. So now we move to Joe Hay, who is from North Otago. Welcome, Joe. If you grab the seat there. The panel members are being handed a copy of your summary. So when you are ready, we will push that button there and introduce yourself and read the summary.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Jo Hay, and I refer you to my experience and expertise outlined in my evidence. My evidence touches on the social fabric as the cornerstone of a rural community, one that is based on relationships and families. Our own farming story is based on an intergenerational vision that includes grandparents and children. Our home farm is near Herbert in North Otago, and we also lease the property at Meraki. Myself, my husband, and our 3 primary school age children farm sheep and beef over 670 hectares split between the 2 properties. Our farming evidence is tied intrinsically to the importance of rural communities as people and families. And I'm asking the panel not to forget their story and their connection with the environment where they live. My evidence talks about how people living in rural areas contribute to the social fabric of a local community. Most rural people are involved in multiple groups as volunteers to help support things like the local schools, fire brigades, sports groups, and catchment groups. I'm well aware from my involvement in the community of the challenges that individuals and groups face in adapting to change, and my evidence touches on how I think this needs to be handled in order to preserve the social, cultural, and economic well-being of our communities. My evidence also covers the impact of regulatory change on a rural community. The social fabric of a community and its connection with well-being. My evidence tells the story of a rural community and the depth of its involvement, of its inhabitants, how they have, in keeping with the social support networks going. The connections are deep and broad, and they cover all of the well-beings, the social, the environmental, the economic, and the cultural. Rural communities aren't doing it for themselves or to line their own pockets. They're doing it for the greater good because they know it's the right thing to do, because that's how communities work. My own involvement in the community involves, in some weeks, over 40 hours of volunteer time and support. My involvement for North Otago Sustained Land Management, NOSLAM, a catchment group, is an example of positive environmental change led by a community vision with a process of, about education, taking everyone on the journey, leading from alongside, not from the front. The impact of regulatory change. One thing I've noticed from all the community things I'm involved in is that the people in the sector are swamped. They're carrying, a heavy burden of stress caused by the onslaught of regulations, amongst other things. A large proportion of our sector is in a really reactive state. People need to be able to think and respond in a meaningful and thoughtful way, not just have a knee-jerk reaction. But this is where the sector is at. From what I see in my community, I think it is impacting every facet of their lives. It's really hard to give back and support others in the community when you are tapped out. What do we want? At the end of the day, all of this is about people, not just the land and the air and the water, but the people that it all sustains. We are all part of that environment, and that includes the wider community and families. Timing is crucial here. A collective voice that represents a united vision for our future environment. The people that live and work in an area know it best. We need to give people the opportunity to build the outcomes together with a clear and achievable timeframe. Council needs to be brave and listen to the voices of the people and the families who live here. I'll be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Hay. And I have to say I'm tired from just reading your evidence, not because it was long and boring, but just the stuff you do and all your colleagues do. It's quite amazing. So I understand exactly what you were saying. But I've got one more job for you. So
I've taken on two since.
Yeah. I look at your paragraph 4, and I think Kate Scott might have picked up on somebody else's evidence has picked up on it too, that the amount of the audit processes you go through with various different outfits, and they don't appear to be coordinated. And you're going to have certified farm plans come on top of that. It's like kind of mind-blowing. So reading what you do, I think you should probably take charge of that and sort that out and get one consistent.
I'd quite like to.
But in all seriousness, it's like, how is anyone doing something about
I think there's lots of people trying.
Yeah.
But again, it comes down to bravery, doesn't it? Everyone's got to lose a little bit and give a little bit to do that. And regulatory bodies ready to do that. Corporate companies ready to do that. It takes a bit of bravery. But
that? You just touched on something I was going to ask you about, was in probably in relation to Anderson's evidence, but because your evidence really brought home the community aspect, and how if someone in the neighbourhood's not doing the right thing, the community will actually almost embarrass them into, pulling their socks up. But all this regulation that's coming in, what does the community think the future is in terms of farm ownership? Is corporatisation of farming operations in your area likely to be an outcome?
it could well be. I guess land use change is a very real threat. As a sheep and beef farmer, we're struggling with profitability right now.
So
when I say we, that's the greater we.
Yeah, when you say land use change,
Pine trees,
carbon forestry.
or carbon or production forestry. The reality is, do you want to see class 2 and 3 productive land that is not being used for dairy cows go into that? Because that's the alternative right now that's attractive, because nothing else pays the bills.
Yeah, well, that sort of leads into my next question is, again, something else you're working towards, certification for carbon zero programs. What is that? Is that in relation to all those other things you mentioned in that paragraph? Is that something separate, and what does that involve?
We're just in the working on of that phase at the moment. So that's with our meat company. Yeah. And that is to be able to, at the moment, we're going through a life cycle analysis of the whole farm and all the animals on the farm to work out how we fit into that.
Yeah.
Whether we can meet those market requirements.
There's all these different things add an additional cost, and I can't remember whose evidence I read it in, but you're at the mercy of actually what meat companies pay you, so you don't really get any benefit for that additional cost because they're trying to sell their product, obviously, at a certain term. So we
might get a slight benefit, but I don't think the benefit's ever going to, until over time. The payback is a long period of time.
Well, that's where I'm sort of going to go with that, because it'll be that high-end product market that it'll eventually go to, but there's quite a big transition there, isn't there?
It's a huge transition, and it's something we've been talking about this morning. Is we've just still been given a really sharp reminder of what it is like to be a commodity player, and that's what we are. We're all in, it doesn't matter what sector you're in at the moment, it's a low commodity cycle. And while we try and do all these things environmentally and sustainability and animal health wise and all of the things we do, at the moment we're not getting rewarded for that in a financial way that makes it attractive to anybody.
Okay, well, I really appreciate your evidence. Thanks. So I'll leave it at that because I know you'll have something to go and do straight after this. Coach some team or something.
Not today.
All my life I've had watches that only go for 24 hours a day. You seem to have one that has about 50 hours a day on it. But I mean, you do paint the picture that you set out to paint about what a community needs to deal with in terms of all the stuff that impacts on your life, regulatory change, policy, and all that sort of stuff. I mean, it's quite graphic. I agree with my colleague to my left here. When I read your evidence earlier on, I said, where does she fit the time in to do all this sort of stuff? But it is part, I think, of the real picture, the real life picture. I mean, we can talk about regulations, we can talk about plans and all that sort of stuff, but at the end of the day, it comes down to people actually doing the stuff that plans are written about, that regulations are premised on, and all that sort of stuff. And if there was a question that I had, it would be, how does this kind of change be better transmitted or handed out to, I mean, passed on to people like yourself at a community level? Are there particular tricks or ways that you would suggest that these sort of major changes in some cases, but are there some tricks that councils and others ought to be more aware of to make that the impact a bit more softer in some cases?
Yeah, that's a great question. Firstly, I'm not special in that there's hundreds, if not thousands, of people like me in Otago. So please don't think that I'm abnormal. There's so many of me. Yeah, it's a really good question in that there's probably many things that can be done, and I probably alluded it in the last wee part of my summary. Is it needs to be collective. It needs to be done with, not to. Change and the reasons for change need to start with a why. Why are we doing this? And I guess we could almost flip the whole process on its head and say, what do we want out of this process? And let's work backwards, and let's bring all our stakeholders in from the start and actually all sit in a room together and discuss it and talk about it. So there's none of the hidden stuff or the lack of surprises, I guess. Being able to do that in a collective manner, I think, really understanding the why, not just here's a limit that we think sounds good. Understanding that throughout the whole country and even Otago, we've got such varied landscapes that a one limit and a one size fits all approach should never be appropriate for the environment, because in some cases it won't be right. And that the people that work with the environment on a day-to-day basis understand their land better than anyone else.
I don't know whether this is a pertinent question to ask, but is there anything special about Otago in this?
Well, I have quite one-eyed, so everything's special.
No, but is there something about the Otago region that might make my question even more pertinent, I guess? I mean, I can ask generally for the whole of New Zealand, but are there particular things about Otago, the Otago region, that perhaps others might need to be more aware of?
Other regions?
Yes.
Well, I could be really one-eyed and just say that there's a huge reliance on the agriculture sector.
Yeah.
Like, it's massive for Otago. And I think those voices need to be, and a lot of it is intergenerational. And I think those voices carry a lot of knowledge. And I feel like that needs to be listened to. Something else that I love about Otago is the fact that the council for years has been in that effects-based system, and I think it's quite valuable. Yes, some of that probably needs changed and addressed, but when we have a way of regulating along those lines, what it allows people to be is to be problem solvers and to do what's right within their specific catchment or area or land use, to do what's right for that particular thing without a stringent set of rules telling them exactly how they must do it.
Great. Thanks very much, and I do appreciate the picture that you've drawn.
Yeah, ditto from me. No specific questions, but just an observation, I suppose, from reading your evidence too. It made me certainly think about processes and projects and the work I've done with farmers in the past, where it never ceases to amaze me that you've got your boots on the ground sort of across all facets of community, and it's really impressive. I also quite like the name lip gloss and gumboots.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for your evidence.
Thank you.
I've got no questions. I'm just exactly like the others, just staggered at the picture that you've successfully painted for not only yourself, but for a whole lot of other women. And, the picture they painted of farming, of community activity, that your paragraph 47 was just quite extraordinary. And the people that I feel most sorry for are the blokes. They are working away desperately, and their wives are getting all this enjoyment coaching rugby teams.
I'm biting my tongue.
I think probably for your council to be able to have that quality of evidence about the community input and community response in an ecological sense is just great, and it couldn't be better. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did you want to take afternoon tea now? Or what?
It would be appropriate. Yeah. So we'll take a quarter of an hour, and we'll come back at 3:20. All right. Thank you. Page, Kate Scott, next.
Yes. While Kate's finding her way onto the screen, however that occurs, I presumably now that Kate's doing it. In terms of our witness list this afternoon, after Kate has finished, I'm going to invite you to interpolate Brendan Sheehan. He's not available at all tomorrow, and so he'll need to give his evidence this afternoon. And then after Brendan, I'm going to suggest Miranda Hunter, followed by Ian Lloyd, and have Mike Freeman last in that part of the list, and see where we are with timing for today. Jeremy Anderson and Kelly Heckler, who volunteered to come over to this afternoon from tomorrow morning, can appear tomorrow morning, so they're not worried about if they have to go back to where they were.
Thank you.
All right, so introduced Kate Scott. Kate, welcome.
Thank you. Kia ora tātou, ko Kate Scott toka ingoa. Thank you for having me along. My name is Kate Scott. I'm a resource management planner and farm environmental planner. I'm also the founder and executive director of LandPro Limited. You will find set out in my evidence details of my expertise and experience. There is one small item of note just to include since the filing of my evidence in chief, and that was that I have also been appointed to a group by the Ministry for the Environment to look at the review of draft resource management freshwater farm plan regulations. So that may or may not be relevant to any of the questions you may wish to ask me later down the track. The purpose of this evidence, or my evidence that was filed, was to set out really the broad suite of regulatory changes that are in the pipeline and which are affecting the primary sector already and or will continue to do so within the life of the proposed RPS. I just want to note for clarity that whilst I'm a planner, I have not provided a planning brief of evidence and I have not participated in expert conferencing related to planning matters. So one of the key points of my evidence that I wanted to touch on was the fact that change cannot happen overnight. The agricultural sector is subject to reform from all angles, and this is not really expected to change in the near future. The reforms already in place will take decades to implement properly, with much of the cost borne by farmers themselves. The sector does not disagree with the intent behind the reforms, but needs time to properly be able to implement them in a way that will result in the best environmental outcomes. There's a need for transition. Given that there is so much regulatory change currently being deployed in the rural sector, it is critical that combined and cumulative effects of reform are considered by decision makers in determining whether the visions and objectives in the RPS are ambitious but achievable. The RPS should recognise the need for transitional provisions and take particular care to avoid unintended policy consequences. This should be recognised through a more explicit approach where competing priorities are acknowledged, and that where such competing values materialise, and one example might well be water versus carbon, that this should be signalled so that farmers can be directed to undertake action in accordance with priorities identified, because there are insufficient resources available to enable everything to be undertaken and still achieve better outcomes for the environment. There are consequences for a lack of direction. The lack of clarity puts farmers in a position where they do not want to incur the cost of undertaking changes on farm for the regulations to change again and again, and for the work they have already undertaken to be deemed futile. The implications of not providing clear direction and clear priorities are starting to arise in an Otago context already. Ms. Hayes spoke to this, as did I think Mr. Glennie, that there are many farmers who are currently being forced to decide between pastoral farming and the planting of pine trees, given uncertainty and rising costs within their businesses. And I think as a community, we need to ask ourselves, is this what Otago wants in its catchments? Have the hydrological implications of mass pine forestry been considered? What about landscape and effects on the soil resource, let alone the economic and social effects on the community? This is an example of the lack of integration and explicit decisions about which issues are most important, having unplanned for consequences. And yet this is exactly what the RPS is supposed to do. This can be achieved through clear visions, priorities and values, and by providing up a joined up, holistic and transitional pathway to implement and adopt efficient change on the ground. Regulations and their transitional timeframes must recognise that change takes time to implement, and because farms are made up of interconnected biological processes, changes may not show immediate results. Challenges for farmers need to be considered in a holistic manner, as a disjointed approach will have widespread effects on the environment, the economy, and the community, and will give rise to a suite of unintended consequences. We need clear transitional pathways to set clear integrated objectives and to avoid duplication. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. We'll start with Commissioner Cuba.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Scott. It's kind of hard for me not to ask you planner type questions, given your experience and where I've come across you before, but you're another one of these people that have 50 hours in a day, whereas we only have 24. Not sure how you do it. But, you know, the amendment to your evidence, was that in relation to an MFE working group on the certified farm management plans? Is that what you said?
That's correct. That's correct. It was a small working group was assembled by the Ministry for the Environment to review the first draft regulations for certified freshwater farm plans. So those regulations have not been enacted yet, but I was one of a number of people that were appointed given my expertise in the field of farm planning and the environmental space.
Yeah, and you talk about the duplication between all these processes, and I asked Ms. Hay before actually, but it was a question I had for you and your evidence in chief around all of these various, you know, your different producer boards, etc., all have these different requirements. That process you're working on, is it going to bring all that together? Or do those industry groups have a different focus? Because it just seems to be an awful lot of duplication when New Zealand could get together and have one standard that everyone could use. Is there any conversations around that? Or?
Look, to answer the first part of your question, I don't personally believe that certified freshwater farm plans will remove that duplication, especially not in the short term, because their purpose is obviously quite narrow, and that's focused on managing the effects of farming activities on freshwater. Whereas what some of the other industry assurance programs, such as the New Zealand Farm Assurance Program, NZFAP, NZFAP Plus, and other industry programs are also trying to achieve, is a differentiation in the market for consumers. So highlighting to those customers that are looking to buy their products that our farmers are actually doing an exceptionally good job by the environment, and this is the evidence trail to prove that. So they have slightly different purposes, and I'm not sure that they are going to overcome that immediately. However, as the framework matures over time, and we look at the concept of integrated farm planning as an example, where that that framework or that philosophy is intended to provide a framework whereby we do look at our farms with a holistic lens, recognising that we farm our farms in an integrated way and therefore should manage what we deliver through an integrated framework. And I guess from my perspective, integrated farm planning resonates because we need to actually find a way to connect up all of the challenges that we face at a farm scale, whether we're talking about freshwater, climate change, biodiversity, whether we are considering things such as catchment values and catchment context that we're all going to have to commit to. But it goes beyond that, and integrated farm planning also talks to the importance of the business that the farmer is trying to operate. So their well-being, their obligations from a animal welfare or from an employment or a health and safety perspective. So taking that linked up and integrated, connected approach is where I think eventually we will get there. But to link this back to my evidence, I think one of the important considerations is that we need to have some really clear direction within our regional policy document as that foundational document that will link to the other plans that will come beyond that.
Yeah, and I guess you're asking for some priorities to be put in place around all of those issues you just mentioned. There's a lot of them, and we've heard a lot of evidence of how that impacts on farming systems and how the time to change and all that sort of stuff. But one of the issues I guess we have within RPS is we have all these national directions coming in that actually require those things to be dealt with. And it doesn't seem to be any ability to prioritise those things. Is that something you've looked at in your practice?
Yes, I think when I would, if I do slightly stray into some planning evidence, if I look at it from the context of what does the National Policy Statement for Fresh Water tell us, it tells us that we have to set objectives to improve water over a period of time. But certainly my interpretation or understanding of that is it's not telling us when we should do that by, except for to direct that communities and regional councils should lead that process for us to determine what's appropriate within those communities and those catchments. So I guess from my perspective, when it links back to the what can we do about this, I think I'd like to make the point that a long transition period does not mean deferring actions to the future. I think what a long transition period means is providing space for planning in the long term in an integrated way so that we can take a strategic lens, because many farmers have limited resources available to draw on. They can't literally afford to do all of the actions that are being asked of them in a biodiversity and in a freshwater and in a climate change way. So if they know that they've got a period of time and they can actually take a long-term strategic lens to farm planning and linking that back to the regulatory framework, then what that means is they can identify risk based on farm or catchment specific risks. They can plan for dealing with the highest risk priorities first. It also means that when it comes to deploying capital to solve some of those challenges, they know that when they are actually spending that money, that they're going to have confidence that the action that they've taken is going to deliver on a long-term outcome, rather than spending the money on some infrastructure today and finding in 3 to 5 years' time that capital has actually been wasted because it's not solving the problem that was asked of them in the future, as opposed to the one that's being asked of them today.
Yeah, and I think your experience, and I know you do quite a lot with catchment groups or have done, and you note in your summary about how changes don't show up immediately in the environment, and that's true for a lot, water quality, all sorts of things. But with your work in catchment groups and those sorts of, what is that lead time? So have you noticed improvements in those groups you work with in water quality, biodiversity? What is a reasonable time frame for that to actually for you to see improvements?
Yeah, look, I think improvement is really a continuum in my view, but I think one of the previous presenters talked to the fact that every farm will be different and every catchment will be different, which I certainly agree is the case. But if I give you an example from Southland, Thriving Southland is an organisation that was established to enable and support the various catchment groups throughout Southland to enable the farmers to deliver that change for themselves from the ground up. And that Thriving Southland, I happen to be the deputy chair, but I've been involved since the inception of Thriving Southland. And when we first started, it was a bit of a slow burn, and that was because it takes time to build up trust and understanding and opportunities to form relationships, not just with each other within a catchment context, but with all the other stakeholders who might form part of that, regional councils, iwi, industry bodies, and other community players. And I think, you know, over the 3 years that Thriving Southland has been operating to date, because they've taken a farmers must drive the change mentality, what we're starting to see is that the farmers are the ones that are asking for specific science research to inform them to make really good decisions on the ground. And perhaps Miss Hunter, who is to come later this afternoon, she may be able to touch specifically on some of the work that she's been involved with, helping a couple of catchment groups and farmers within that catchment to evaluate what their opportunities are. And on the back of that, those farmers have now been able to identify that, there's a certain area of their farm that isn't actually suitable for their current land use. So how do they implement and adopt change in a way that's not going to send them broke by doing it overnight, but it's setting them out a long-term pathway to achieving the change piece. And that's about, knowledge is power for these farmers. And that's where giving them a pathway and some certainty for transition is going to enable to actually them to deliver on that much more quickly than if we actually set about a really prescriptive mechanism, or conversely, where we have such a high level description, we don't actually give any direction at all.
I know you're not presenting evidence as a planner, but how do you translate that into an RPS? Is it a broad policy talking about transition and what the goals of that are, or?
Yes, so I've thought about that a little bit, and I think when we look at section 59 of the RMA, which sets out what our RPS must do, and it must set out the RM issues, it must set out regional policies and methods for integrated management. I think if we take that purpose and we could provide further pathway for describing what the issues and the challenges are facing the rural sector, I think that would be a very good starting point around trying to really articulate the challenges that are on the horizon. And as you would have noted in some of the relief that has been sought, I certainly am a strong proponent of setting out the various matters in a distinct rural chapter, because I think that allows us for a pathway to provide greater integration across all of the issues. Because if we look at biodiversity, if we look at the various competing challenges we have to manage, I think since the RPS was initially notified, we've had that direction come in around highly productive lands. If we have a rural specific chapter, I think it enables us to actually articulate what's in front of us a lot more clearly, and that should then provide some greater direction for the lower order documents that are lower order plans rather that are still to come.
Yeah, we have grappled with that issue and scope and timing and all that sort of stuff. And Mr. Page has been trying to get us to incorporate things that weren't part of your submission. We just have to be careful with that. No,
I'll leave the legal matters to Mr. Page.
No, your evidence is very good for explaining everything that's sitting above all this. So thank you for that.
One of the givens in this conversation is that we're going to be continually bombarded with change. It just keeps coming. And you raise two issues in your evidence in chief. One of them is about alignment, and the related issue of duplication. Right? And around those, you instance He Waka Eke Noa as an example. Now, I have two questions there. One of them is, are you yourself personally involved in some of the Te Waka Eke Noa stuff, or are you just giving that to us as an example of the sorts of things you're talking about?
So I'm not involved specifically in any of the working groups for He Waka Eke Noa, but because of the implications it has for my job, I am across and connected to that in quite some detail.
Right. And then on the question of alignment, again, it seems that that's one of the real tensions or the challenges in this scenario we're at the moment around aligning things like values. We refer to values, and then the question often ends up being what values, whose values, and that kind of stuff. Do you want to make a comment around that?
Yeah, look, I think it would be a little on the nose of me to suggest deriving what values are as an easy exercise. I think the challenge lies that we all have a different perspective and different experiences that shape what values are important. But I think at a fundamental level, everyone wants to have safe and safe water to drink. They want to be able to enjoy water resources with their family and for future generations. And I think when I look at, as an example, that the way that values are often articulated if you take from a Māori perspective, and look, I'm not speaking on behalf of iwi here, but if you look at the way that they are articulated through the concept of te mana o te wai, as an example, when I talk to my farmers around what's important to them, they would articulate very similar values to what I might understand iwi would interpret te mana o te wai to mean and values to mean to them. And so I don't think that there's a huge amount of misalignment, but I think the language that we or each group might use to describe that is actually slightly different. And I think an interesting point I picked up on from Ms. Hay just prior to now was, how do we actually get everyone in the room to actually have an open-minded conversation about this? And there are some really novel ways out there that have been done successfully elsewhere in the world. And one example that I might draw your attention to is this concept of the Citizens' Assembly. And I was fortunate enough when I was undertaking my research for my Nuffield Scholarship to spend some time to investigate and research the Citizens' Assembly concept. But effectively, what that mechanism allowed for was for a representative group of people that they select from their electoral role as being representative of the voting age of their population. They come together and they use it as a mechanism for debating complex issues. And so these people agree to participate in the Citizens' Assembly, and all the experts and all the people with views and opinions on a particular subject would come together, whichever end of the spectrum that they were at, and they would present their views. And the group would then, the assembly would then debate, challenge, question, understand. And at the end of that process, they'd usually have a core question that they're seeking to ask, and they'd run a mock referendum on that as to how many people might support the core question. And what's most interesting to me from this process is where they've been through that process, and an example in Ireland has been through abortion law reform, is that when they went through that Citizens' Assembly process and all of the people in the room were given all of the information, they very quickly arrived at an agreed position because they were making informed decisions. And so I don't believe it's within your scope to perhaps deliver such an outcome, but it's an example of where if we took a much broader perspective to how we derive plans, and actually, to Ms. Hayes' point, try and seek a more inclusive pathway, we may in fact get better, more integrated outcomes that actually show greater alignment from a values point of view.
Yeah. And my only other question is around the Kaitahu focus on Kiuta Kitai, right? That it's that holistic view of the world that doesn't compartmentalize things as such. And from an environmental planning perspective, what are the messages we should be taking from that in the context of the RPS exercise that we're doing at the moment?
Yeah, look, that's a great question. And for an interest of disclosure, I actually whakapapa through Ngāi Tahu. So at an inherent level, the concept of, Alps to the ocean certainly resonates. I think what we need to do is we actually probably need to step back and understand, I don't think farmers or rural communities are any different. They too value the water, and they want to, for the most part, certainly in my dealings, make sure that when they are using the land, that they're doing it in a way that provides for future generations, and that they can have confidence that what they're doing here isn't going to impact on the person below them. And similarly, they want to know that the person who might be above them in the catchment is doing all they can to deliver their best outcome. So I think really it's just about how do we define at a catchment scale what that means, because each catchment within Otago is vastly different. I think one of the questions that was asked before is what makes Otago special, and I think one of the things that stands out for me is the fact that Otago has a huge diversity of land use, because you go from the ocean where we have if we talk about kaimoana in our oceans, we come into some of our flat coastal land. We then come up to, and when we talk about land use, we have, we have horticulture, we have sheep and beef, we have dairy, we have deer. our diversity as a region is so substantial compared to many other regions. Whereas if you go to Taranaki might be a great example that I'm familiar with, where there's a little bit of sheep and beef and there's a lot of dairy, and yes, there's a little bit of horticulture starting to creep in, but traditionally that hasn't been the case. And so I think that's one of those things that sets Otago apart, is our diversity of land use, and that's allowing for that will be hugely important when we actually try and navigate what the RPS looks like.
Great, thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Scott. Most of the points I have already been traversed, but I did have one question around paragraph 115 of your evidence at your page 24. We're talking about the implications of the national policy statement for highly productive land across Otago, and you give an example of where an aggregate quarry could be established and subdivided off in primary pastoral use. And you say that you think that you think that would almost be impossible. It's interesting. I'm not sure if you've seen the evidence of Mr. Ensor for Fulton Hogan, but he was sort of, and while he's a planner, he was trying to sort of say to us that you could get a soil scientist involved, take off the topsoil, do your quarrying, put it all back together again, and to carry on as highly productive land. I just wonder if you had a comment on that from your experience.
Yeah, look, thank you for that question. And look, I think, firstly, I'm not familiar with Mr. Ensor's evidence. The second point I would make is at the time that my evidence in chief was prepared was almost immediately after the introduction of the MPS HPL. And I think it's fair to say in the 6 to 7 months since that time, we have had a greater understanding of the implementation of that. So from what you've just told me, look, I think there probably is a pathway forward for some certain activities within that, but I think there may also be some challenges. In an example I can talk to in a general sense that we are involved in as a firm is an application for the establishment of a data centre in industrial zone land. And the challenge that's before us is that this would result in the removal of highly productive class 1 land from dairy farming land use into a data centre. Now, the location of that data centre, its best location in terms of access to networks and so forth, is this rural land. Yet the HPL is quite clear on the fact that at the moment we would have to demonstrate that the life of that land is not most suited to dairy farming, and it is still suited to dairy farming, but where do you put some certain infrastructure like a data centre that is also probably arguably quite essential to the way that we operate in the future, when it can't really be provided for within a industrial or within a residential zoning? And so there's potentially a lot of things to still wash out as we actually get further along the implementation of the HPL.
Okay, no, thanks. That's helpful. And yeah, thank you for your evidence. It was very useful. Thanks.
Just a couple of technical questions, really, in paragraph 82 in relation under a subheading intensive winter grazing, and then paragraph 91 under a heading feedlots and stockholding areas. You make reference to the certified freshwater farming plans, but make the observation that whilst the regulations are in place imposing obligations on farmers, those plans aren't yet available, and you're coming along to us today saying you've been asked to be on a committee to consider a draft of freshwater farm plan regulations for 2023. We're now the end of April. Well, I've got to be a bit careful, I suppose, in what I say, but it's an unsatisfactory situation for the farming community, to put it at its lightest. Is that right?
Correct. So when in paragraph 82, the point that I was making or trying to make there was the fact that in the National Environmental Standards for Freshwater, it set out an alternative pathway. So it said you can either have a certified freshwater farm plan that says the effects of your intensive winter grazing are no more than minor and therefore avoid the need to get a consent, or you can get a consent. But because those regulations have not been enacted or adopted as yet, that alternate pathway to avoid being involved in a consenting process is actually not available to farmers. So what has materialised is that a bunch of farmers who thought that they may have been able to avoid what was deemed to be a costly consenting process in lieu of having a certified freshwater farm plan, that avenue was not available to them. I would note specifically within Otago, however, that the Otago Regional Council have taken an incredibly pragmatic approach to implementing rules around intensive winter grazing, and have actually made that a process that for those farmers who have had to go through that process relatively straightforward, and made that as less painful as they can.
Yeah, while if you get an opportunity on your committee, make it plain to them, will you? They've got to really make their legislation much easier to follow. I'm just trying to find out what on earth, in a legal sense, freshwater certification plan is a nightmare. You go to one section, takes you to another section, to another one, and it's not a very easy process. So if you have any ability to ease that, I'm sure it'll be helpful to the farming community in due course.
Look, we too as experts are waiting for that clarity ourselves, and unfortunately it's now out of our hands and waiting for it to go through its legislative process. So we wait with bated breath to understand how complex that might well be to implement.
Okay. Look, I think I only have one other question really. Where are we? Yeah, just at your paragraph 140.
Sorry, was that 140?
Yeah. Under the heading other threats, you just made a statement, coastal farming will be subject to managed retreat under the new National Adaptation Plan 2022. Have you familiarised yourself with that plan?
No, I haven't familiarised myself with that plan very recently at all. So no, I can't probably talk to that with any great knowledge or expertise.
From memory, that's the one that's 300 or 400 pages long, isn't it?
Correct. On top of the other 900 pages of RMA reform.
Right, and yeah, it was just whether or not you had any knowledge as to whether it was whether there were mandatory powers in there.
Look, I'm sorry, I'm unable to answer that question. That might be one that's better asked by Mr. Page, or answered by Mr. Page rather.
I didn't want to have to search the 300 or 400 pages. Mr. Page can do so. That was a very good hospital pass. Thank you very much. Thank you for your evidence, and I wish you all the best. And the trust that you chair, that Rural Leadership Trust, is that the one that Mr. Parsons is involved?
Yes, that's correct. Mr. Parsons is my almost completed chief executive. He finishes up with our organisation tomorrow.
Oh, good to say.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think I made 1 or 2 hospital passes, so I'll see if I can deal with that. Now, I wonder if Mr. Sheehan is with us. Kate, do you know whether he's?
Yep.
He is. Tremendously good. So Mr. Sheehan is our engineer who has an encyclopedic knowledge of all things dams and races in Otago. And you will recall his evidence deals with the technical difficulty in retrofitting the schemes. Good afternoon, Mr. Sheehan. Welcome along.
Good afternoon, Phil.
Now, hopefully you will have the summary of your evidence that you have prepared. It has now been distributed to the members of the panel, so feel free to commence.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My background is as a civil engineer. My specialty is in dam engineering, and I've been asked today to talk about the irrigation schemes, in particular 2 of them, in Central Otago. My talk is to give an overview about irrigation schemes in particular about the age, the designs, the complications as a result of the age of the dams, and then, talk about retrofitting existing infrastructure. To put it in perspective, Otago's irrigation schemes are some of the earliest major civil engineering projects or infrastructure in Otago, dating back over 100 years. The Ida Valley scheme is one of the earliest, and again, to put that into perspective, the scheme wasn't built in one hit, it was built over many years. So over the lifetime of each irrigation scheme, significant upgrades and maintenance has gone on. In the case of the Ida Valley scheme, the Upper Manaburn Dam was built in 1914, and subsequently the Pulburn Dam was built in 1931. And so the scheme irrigation network within the valley was developed over quite a number of years. The government were the primary funders of the irrigation schemes back in the day, and they started in Otago, they started building dams as a result of the gold bonanza in the 1860s and thereafter, through a couple of world wars, and then through the depressions in the 30s. So these dams were built through some pretty turbulent periods in New Zealand history. The designs of the dams vary greatly, and also of the irrigation schemes themselves. The state-of-the-art designs were undertaken by engineers of the day, predominantly working for the public works, and following on from that, the ministerial works. Reservoir storage was designed for, back in the day, irrigation supply only. Dam height and size, reservoir volume, outlet size were designed to keep the cost as cost effective as they could. Loganburn Dam does provide a supplementary flow into the Torrey when the Torrey is low as part of their consent agreement, but basically the outlets on all these dams are designed to supply to specified irrigation areas and locations. The bigger the outlet, obviously, the more it costs. So, very cost aware back in the day as we are now. Ownership of these dams and irrigation schemes changed in the late 1980s. The government went from the government owned and funded to farmer owned. Obviously, there's significant changes in the budgets for maintenance and upgrades as a result of that. But in my observation, and I've been working closely with these irrigation companies over the last 5 years in particular, I believe they've done a really great job operating on smaller budgets, but still aware that they have obligations as dam owners and irrigation scheme operators. Clearly their budgets mean that they prioritise their work programs, but I would say that we have, and I've been involved, as I said, over the last 5 years, spent quite significant sums on maintenance and upgrade projects for both Ida Valley and the Manitoto schemes. Annual maintenance has always been a big thing for the farmer-run irrigation schemes, and one of the big changes from the government to farmer has been the regulatory environment, and they've had to deal with the RMA consent conditions that they operate under now, dam safety regs that are about to come in again, and the health and safety that we all have to abide by. The way that these reservoirs have been operated from day one, whether it be in the Manitoto or Ida Valley or the other schemes for that matter with dams, it's always been quite a conservative approach. Remembering that the water is from rainwater or snowmelt, and what arrives into the reservoir arrives, and there's no other way of filling those reservoirs up. So the way historically they were run is that they would look at the start of each season and they would utilize that water, or they would distribute that water depending on how much water was in the scheme. So they may, if the reservoirs were full, they would make the decision to release 100% of the shareholders' allocation. If they were a couple of meters down, for example, they may make the decision to start at 85% of the allocation for the season. So everybody's on board with that. All the irrigators understand that that's the way to best manage the water. So I guess my initial involvement with the irrigation schemes was that I thought that the storage reservoirs were full all the time, and that everybody got what they got, but that's not the way it is in real life, and hasn't been for a long time. So today's operators are running it much the same as the historical operators were, the government side of things. There's no residual flows out of the reservoirs at the moment in these schemes, and the on-farm storage in both valleys is pretty small by comparison to the reservoir storage. Pretty small, and I would say pretty expensive, and have quite a bit to do with building those in both valleys and all the costs and complications that go with that for farmers too. So I'm happy to talk about that. The irrigation schemes themselves extend over, hundreds of, well, over 100 kilometres, and it's just a multitude of open channel races, siphons, bridges, culverts, turnouts, etc. So, if you were to drive around one of these schemes, you couldn't do it in a day. They're just ginormous, and obviously trying to maximise the delivery of the water to as many people in the valley who want it or have wanted it over the time. Day-to-day operation. In the government's day, they ran these schemes with multiple racemen, teams of racemen and overseers. Today's farmer-run schemes are more, run by one or two racemen typically, and who are extremely good at what they do, but it's all about cost, and their workload includes not only distributing the water, but also maintaining the scheme in the off season. These schemes, like I said in the beginning, were set up with systems that only released what was required for the irrigation needs. So to retrofit a 100-year-old dam is a massive undertaking, and an extremely expensive exercise. Just maintaining this equipment on these structures is costing an enormous amount of money, and we're going through a process at the moment of have done with Manutara and going through it with Ida Valley about upgrading their outlets as we speak. They're not designed to release more water, and would, as I say, would be very difficult to actually retrofit something to enable them to do that. One of the biggest problems is that the farmers need that water. So to retrofit something, you would have to do it with the reservoirs full, and that in itself is a nightmare. It can be done. There's nothing engineering-wise that can't be done, but it all costs money, and the farmers in particular, are not in a position to pay out a lot of money for something which I would suggest is going to give them little gain. The farmers are 100% reliant on the water. As I say, that while the reservoirs are full, emptying is not really an option, and the program for doing works is also very restricted, because during the irrigation season, it's hard to work on the dams or the irrigation scheme itself. Obviously, they need the water delivered to them, and then there's a narrow window between the end of the irrigation season and the start of the winter when we can get in and do some work. Really, it's only about a month to 6 weeks. So, anytime we're working on these types of structures, in particular the dams, the planning has to be the planning is really long term, you know, and any upgrades or changes to the dams may have to be managed over multiple years. I guess for me, the irrigation infrastructure is old, and it needs careful management to enable these schemes to carry on the way they have been. Anytime you have a 100-year-old structure, you know you've got some, I guess, design issues that are going to be challenging. That the knowledge that we have now obviously is not the knowledge that they had back then. And as I said in the beginning, I think the farmers are doing a good job of trying to, be a responsible dam owner and be a responsible scheme owner to their shareholders. I guess just in summary then, or I would like to say that the regional plan that you're all being tasked with preparing, from an engineering perspective, I would hope that that you give a lot of consideration to the fact that we're dealing with very old girls here, very old structures, and that any changes that policies might impose on the farmers requires lengthy terms to implement. I hope I've been clear in what I've been trying to say there. I'll welcome any questions you may have about what I've just talked about or what may have been put in my brief of evidence.
Thank you very much. And I think, Mr. Page, I've been looking in depth. I see you have too. I think Mr. Sheehan's covered all the matters that were in the summary. So, Commissioner Hewitt.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Sheehan. You were very clear. So I don't really have a lot of questions. I don't have any really. I'm just tuning my mind to how you actually deal with any changes to a water permit change when you have these functionality issues. It's in terms of the time frame, if a permit was changed, say, in 5 years' time, how long would you need to adapt? Just for example, in the Ida Valley scheme, what sort of time would you need to actually adapt a dam to handle that?
So if we use an example of residual flows, perhaps?
Yeah, most of those dams, there is generally a flow coming from them, isn't there?
Not a controlled flow, no.
Just a natural sort of flow.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
That's correct. So there's lower sections of the catchments flow into the streams below the dam.
Yeah.
Both dams, Pilgrim Dam and Upper Manabran Dam. So that would be that provides a residual flow of some description. I'm not sure how much that flow into the Bonanza Race, which feeds into the Ida Valley from just below the Upper Manabran Dam. It has historically leaked, and that water flows into the Manabran Creek. So there is quite a flow going down these creeks, and it would depend on how much you were asking, I guess, the irrigators to release as a residual flow. If you think about an irrigation season, the shoulders of the season, there's not a lot of water being released out of the dams, but then there's the peak season, which could be a couple of months. I think this season was longer than most, and that it was really dry, so they were going full noise from both dams, is my understanding, or near enough to it to provide the irrigation water that they needed. So under the existing outlet controls that they've got, they would struggle, I guess, to put a lot of controlled residual flow into the rivers. And so if that compromise couldn't be worked with, then some other form of outlet would have to be installed at the dams, and that's that would be expensive, very expensive, I'd imagine, and the more time the better available to the likes of myself, the engineers, to try and come up with something that was costly, wasn't costly, would be appreciated. So yeah, a 5-10 year timeline, depending on how much water you want or maybe required to go out of the reservoirs, we would certainly need something like that. And if you're expecting the farmers to fund this too, it gives them the opportunity to put funds aside for something like that too. As an example, yeah.
No, thank you for that. Your evidence clearly highlights the issue with the ageing infrastructure in Otago. So, and how that may be impacted by any changes in the consenting process. But thanks for that.
No, my pleasure. Yeah. Were there any other questions?
Right. Yeah, just to carry on from where Commissioner Goobert is on. I mean, the Poolburn Dam is 91 years old, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
They're pretty old structures.
Yeah.
And, I'm assuming, I guess, and you need to correct me here, that in the case of the Poolburn Dam, in those 91 years, there hasn't been a need to retrofit or do anything to it to date.
What have they done at the Poolburn Dam? No, it's like night and day between the two dams. You know, the engineering knowledge in 1914 when they built Upper Mannaburn Dam, and the engineering knowledge in the 1930s or even the late 1920s was there was a significant increase in knowledge. So the way the Poolburn Dam, the understanding around the design and the way they built it in terms of quality control, cement, testing, inspections, all those sorts of things that we just take for granted now, they did on the Poolburn Dam. So it's in relatively good shape, despite its layer put on top because of the concrete started to come apart and deteriorate slightly. So they decided to put a capping layer on, and more recently we've just finished installing an automated valve on the outside of the dam. There's some mechanical works that need done on Poolburn Dam, but again, that's in the program and we're working through that. Now, the Upper Mannaburn Dam, as I said, was built in the 1914s, and the knowledge was completely different. And so it's had quite substantial work done to it in terms of, where do I start? As soon as they filled it, they had issues with quite major leakage. And so they monitored that initially, and then they drew that dam down and they put a sealing layer on top, say a grout layer on top, a thin grout layer. And so that dealt with some of the leakage, and then they had movement in that dam. And so unbelievably, they drew the reservoir down again and they cut the right-hand abutment or the right-hand side of the dam out and replaced that. And so when you look at the dam, it used to be a circular dam that came around and hit the right abutment, and now it's got a big gravity block that it butts into. So that was done. And then again, they had more issues with leakage. So they drilled holes in the dam and filled it up with grout. So over the life of this dam, it's had I'd say a bit of a checkered history. It's in great shape because of all this stuff that's being done, but there's still unknowns and still work that we're doing to look after it. So it's a headache long term, because eventually these dams will need to be replaced. I'm not sure when, 50, 100 years or whatever it might be, but eventually there'll be nothing lasts forever, and these structures will be replaced. Just like it's a bit like Grandad's Axe on the irrigation scheme. You know, they're always replacing culverts and siphons and changing the alignment of open channels and all that sort of stuff. It's a forever process that they just have to do to deal with you know, blowouts or leakage or just old infrastructure, and the dams are no different.
Yeah. I mean, despite the developments in technology and knowledge and all that sort of stuff that you refer to,
yes.
Are there any other issues apart from that the council or the system needs to keep an eye on, I guess, I suppose, in terms of the dams and the irrigation systems as well?
Well, the thing about the irrigation schemes is that the water is gold, and the farmers know that. So their expectation is that if something's wrong, they will fix it. And you've only got to see the racemen run around, you know, with the local contractors doing the work they're doing. You know, they're in the business of getting the water to the shareholders. So, as far as ownership goes, I think they understand their ownership, you know, really well, and they manage that really well. Now, you know, there are other things that are being imposed on them, like the dam safety regulations, and so we've come a long way, or they've come a long way in the last 10 years, you know, prior to my helping some of these schemes, but and now with my help, they've got systems in place, you know, cameras at these sites now, so they're monitoring things, they're doing all the testing that you need to do. They're bringing in independence, you know, they're doing all that stuff. And so from a regulatory point of view, it's more about, I guess, making sure that they're ticking those boxes. You know, the dam safety regulatory stuff requires them to submit annual reports, 5-year reports, and all that sort of thing to the council to show that they're, you know, meeting their obligations and that side of things. And as far as the delivery system, and it is massive for both those schemes in particular, you know, just I guess the water monitoring and you know, there are independent checks about where the water's going and where it's been turned out and when, all of that. Again, the electronic systems that we've got now, it's all mapped and monitored, and everyone knows where the water's going and who's getting it. And you know, the farmers are the best policemen of their own schemes. You know, if someone's taking water, then it shouldn't be taken. Everybody knows about it. So I think the schemes are pretty good. I think the farmers, you know, they want to look after their schemes. You know, they want to look after their environments. Why wouldn't they? You know, that's how they get the best out of their environments. So there's more work being done around you know, how they can better protect or look after the waterways and things like that, and the irrigation water that flows in through some of these waterways can help do that. So I wouldn't say there's much more from a regulatory point of view, other than if what I said at the start, if you impose short time frames on them and costly upgrades on them, I can't see how they're going to actually achieve those that, you know, any requirements like that you impose on them. So more lengthy timeframes from my perspective, from an engineering point of view, would be much appreciated. And I think that there needs to be discussion between the parties when, you know, about how that might look in terms of providing extra water and that. I mean, they know their schemes really well, and you know, a blanket requirement from you guys mightn't be the right thing, but maybe more out of one part of the scheme than another might be a better way of managing things. I'm not sure. There are others that are better. You know, but I just think that, you know, the parties should be talking, and you know, there's a lot to learn from each other, I guess.
I agree. Thanks very much.
My pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. Just one question from me. In terms of the maintenance you do, or I suppose other issues that you have with the dams, is sediment build up behind the dams an issue? Is that affecting capacity here?
No, it's not. No. The runoff into all these reservoirs is pretty gentle, so it's not like the Shotover River, which carries a heavy load, a heavy burden, and is dumping it into Lake Dunstan. These are small streams, small tributaries that flow into the head of both the Loganburn, Bullburn, and Upper Mattaburn, which are the big storage things, dams. So no. And how do we know? Well, the work we've done on both Loganburn and Bullburn and Upper Mattaburn over the last 3 to 5 years has required the use of divers. So what we did was stick them down there, and we're working on the gates. And while they were down there, I got them to have a look around and make sure that very question wasn't an issue, and it's not an issue for those 3 particular reservoirs.
Yeah. No, thanks for that. That's one thing.
Sure.
In favour, I suppose. Yeah, no, thank you. I found your evidence very helpful. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just one question, really, the reference to storage, on-farm storage that you talk about in paragraphs 83 to 86. The water for those storage ponds, is that taken during the winter period, I take it?
They can do both. Again, you probably need to talk to the. I know Jeremy Anderson's coming up to talk to you from MIC. So, but they can either take it. My understanding is they can either take it during the season when their allocation comes up. Because if we'd had a rainy period, for example, for a couple of weeks and they didn't need the water, they could drop it into the pond, still take it during their roster. And then in the shoulder seasons I mentioned before, there's water available then that potentially the irrigation scheme allows them to take too. And then, of course, there's winter water, and I think some are and some aren't, but please don't quote me on that. Please ask one of the environmental consultants or Jeremy when he comes on to speak to you.
Thank you. And final question is just the term head. Where does that come from? 28.3 litres a second.
Yeah. So it's an imperial measurement. So it's a square foot, 12 inches by 12 inches per second. So
right.
Yeah, okay. So we just convert that to litres per second.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, they still work in heads for some reason. Yeah, they all do. Their allocation is so many heads, but really it's litres per second. Yeah.
Thank you.
And just to complete your record, Mr. Chairman, I wonder if I may ask Mr. Shen one short supplementary question about, relative to other regions, does Otago's historic storage and distribution infrastructure set it apart as being something that is particular to Otago?
Yes, there are other older schemes in Canterbury, which a number of them I've worked on, but nothing on the scale of nothing on the scale of the Ida Valley scheme, or with the problems that older infrastructure, particularly the older dams, have. The other Canterbury schemes run of the river, except for Apua, which was a relatively new dam. Central Otago is definitely unique in that respect. I haven't talked about all the dams in Central Otago, but there's a multitude of them that are old and have special problems, unique problems to each dam. So, and that's your question, Phil. Yes, Central Otago is unique in that respect.
Thank you, Mr. Shen. I have nothing further for you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And so that brings us to Miranda Hunter. Kate could bring Miranda onto the screen. Is she not? We're just trying to locate Miranda. She was online, now seems to have disappeared. Is Ian online, Kate?
Mike Freeman is online.
But Ian's not.
No.
She's waiting, but there's nothing happening.
Miranda thinks she's online.
She's not on.
We trust Kate.
So we'll resend that link to her. Do you want to proceed with Mr. Freeman in the meantime?
I've
Or...
got Ian Lloyd online.
Oh, Ian is online. Okay.
I'll deal with this part.
Mr. Lloyd? Okay, if we could bring Mr. Lloyd up.
It's connecting.
Good afternoon, Ian. Now, you are live on the screen now at the Regional Policy Statement hearings. And so if you could introduce yourself, and I understand that you will have a copy of your evidence summary, which has been circulated to the panel. So please introduce yourself and address that summary.
Kia ora. My name's Ian Lloyd. I'm a Principal Water Engineer at Davis Ogilvy up in Christchurch, which is a privately owned engineering, planning and surveying consultancy. And I'll refer you to my expertise and experience in my main evidence. I've got a brief summary which I can go through. It will take me about 5 minutes, or if you like, we can go straight into questions, whatever the panel would like.
Take us through the summary if you would, thanks.
Okay. So my evidence is aimed at providing a brief history of the various water-related processes that have occurred mainly in the Manuhirakia catchment, because that's where I'm mostly familiar. And the reason for it is to highlight some of the challenges facing water management and water planning sort of more generally. Most of my evidence is related to water, and I do that to highlight how land use and water are directly connected, and to ensure that the interactions between land and water are suitably considered in this part of the RPS process. In terms of a brief history of sort of irrigation in the Manuhirakia, and this sort of follows on from what Brendan has already said about the dams. There's a very long history of active water management in the Manuherikia that stretches back to the 1800s when the sort of the gold mining days. So there's 6 main irrigation companies and lots of private irrigators that irrigate about 15,000 hectares, or fully irrigate about 15,000 hectares within the catchment. And then there's about another 10,000 hectares which is partially irrigated on the shoulder of the season, or in seasons which are wet, which are relatively wet and the water's available. So there's 6 main, there's a lot of irrigation infrastructure, including 6 main storages, and Brendan's mainly talked about 2 of them. There's over 600 kilometres of scheme water races within the catchment. Lots of intake structures, discharge structures. There's lots of sub-catchment or sort of sub-catchment water transfers, and numerous sections of watercourse are used to transport irrigation water, and including in that irrigation water, it's including water that's released from upstream storages. Hydrologically, the catchment is complex, due in part to natural conditions, but also the large amount of infrastructure, the active water management activities that are done, and the high demand for water. This complexity makes managing water in the catchment difficult. Currently, there's no formal flow regime, but ORC are in the process of developing one. And it currently, flows in the river system are predominantly managed by the water users, and the main irrigation companies sort of dominate that management. And as Brendan has said, there's some limitations in terms of the existing water infrastructure, both in relation to the dams, but also in terms of the distribution and the water races and the intake structures. And it makes, in terms of developing a workable flow regime in such a heavily modified catchment, you need to consider how the infrastructure can operate and how it will achieve the desired outcomes. And sometimes you can get unintended consequences. An example of that would be if we increase minimum flows in the river, that will reduce supply reliability to the irrigators. And if that supply reliability drops too far or gets too low, you'll tend to encourage a change in irrigation practice, where irrigators will move from trying to irrigate all season long at reasonably high reliability to, if their reliability drops, what they'll do is they'll use all their irrigation early in the season when the dams are full and they have good supply reliability. And then when the dams drain, they will stop sort of fully irrigating and just go on to maintenance. What that would do is you'll end up with the storages draining far earlier than is current practice. And once those storages are drained, especially for Falls Dam and the main Manuherikia main stem, it would reduce the ability or eliminate the ability for storage water to be used to supplement low flows and it prevents water being released from those storages and the benefit of that water being transported downstream to where it's used. So there can be some sort of unintended consequences of what's seen on the face of it to be appropriate decisions. So what I've learned from the Menhirikia process, and I've been involved in it for about 20 years, and the last 10 years pretty intimately, is that the development of flow regimes takes time and is difficult. And the uniqueness of the catchment, both naturally and through human use, requires a catchment-specific approach. And establishment of changes to large water infrastructure requires significant investment and takes many years to design, fund, and implement. So having clear direction and long-term certainty are needed. And if you don't have that long-term sort of certainty, there's often a reluctance to invest in the infrastructure that's required. So you end up getting into a bit of a stalemate where people are uncertain, therefore they won't invest, and therefore the work that needs to be done doesn't get done. So, and I'd also like to highlight the development of irrigation, both at a farm or at a scheme level, necessitates significant change to farming practices. It's a long-term decision, often almost exclusively pretty expensive. And again, that lack of long-term regulatory certainty reduces investment, causes delay, and can often result in sort of need for repeat investigations or repeat designs. So any regulation change that requires changes in crop type, irrigation practices, or water supply reliability can be difficult to accommodate, especially in catchments where you've got old infrastructure, and we just need time to plan those changes and then get the funding and then implement them. And what I'd hope or what I'd like is that in finalising the RPS and going through this hearing process, that the panel appreciates the connection between land and water and acknowledges some of the experiences of the Menhirikia catchment and some of the difficulties that it's faced, and sort of bears that in mind in developing the final document. That's a brief summary of what my evidence was trying to get at, and I'm happy to take questions as needed.
Just follow, we'll start with Commissioner Kewitt.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Lloyd. Yeah, I found your evidence very interesting, and it sort of followed on from Mr. Sheehan's that it does sort of stray into the freshwater sort of stuff. But my only sort of question was in relation to you mentioned the words in relation to the Menhirikia catchment, active water management and heavily modified catchment, etc. And when I look at your paragraph 11, you're talking about water imported into that catchment,
yes,
and also water exported from that catchment. And I was just wondering if you could sort of briefly outline the history of that, and because that's an issue for iwi generally, and the implications of if that had to stop in any new water management. Not saying that would be the case, but what is the implications of that in the management sense if that sort of activity had to stop or cease? Does it affect the viability of these schemes?
Well, firstly, if I talk about the history, so there's two places where, well, no, one place where water is imported into the catchment, and that's water that comes from the upper part of the Taieri catchment and comes into the upper part of the Pulburn catchment and flows into Pulburn Dam. And there's essentially a small dam in the upper part of the Tyree that has a water race that transfers water around into the large Pulburn Dam. And that takes water when it's available, but often generally snow melt and higher flow water that comes around. That's been there, my understanding is since the original Pulburn Dam was constructed in the 1930s. So it's been there a while. And then if I quickly explain the two areas where water is exported out of the top of the Menhira catchment into the Tyree catchment through the Mount Ida race, which is a race that it's over 100 k's long and takes water round through to the back of Naseby. That race was put in the gold mining days to transport water for gold mining around Naseby. The Hawkton-Idaburn irrigation scheme runs essentially solely off that race. And I'm not sure the exact date that scheme started, but again, it'll be in that water race. I think it stems back to either the very early 1900s or late 1800s. And then the final area where water is exported from the catchment is right down the bottom on the Dunstan Flats, which is sort of between Alexandra and Clyde, and some water out of the Menhira River and some of its little smaller tributaries is used to irrigate land on Dunstan Flat, which is within the Clutha catchment. And there's some water sort of discharged sort of over the catchment boundary. That's a more recent thing than the other two. In terms of the implications of them closing, the first one in terms of water coming into the Pulburn, if that was to cease, the ability of the Pulburn Dam to refill would be slightly reduced, and the farmers would then end up having to or the managers of that reservoir would then have to take a longer sort of view at it. Like at the moment, both Pulburn and Upper Mannerburn, as Brendan has said, are managed on a sort of a multi-year basis, and it's usually when you get 3 dry years in a row, the dam gets pretty low, or the storage gets very low, and you need about 3 good years in a row to take it back up to full. So they're sort of managing not just on how much water's in it this year, but how much water they're likely to get and refill the following year. So off the top of my head, I think the area in the Tyree that comes in represents about, I think it's about 20% of the catchment of that dam. So it's a reasonable chunk. So if it had to stop, short answer is there'd be some implications, pretty serious ones, for the managers of Pulburn Dam and the people who irrigate it off that. If the Mount Ida race and the transfer of water into the Tyree was to stop, essentially about half of the Hawkton Idaburn scheme would essentially be without water. They rely, especially in summer, they rely on water going down that race, and I think it's about a cubic that goes out, 900 litres a second to 1,000 litres a second, which is, on a rough rule of thumb, probably about 2 to 2.5, maybe 3,000 hectares of irrigation. So hopefully that sort of paints the picture of the implications.
Yeah, thank you for that. I was surprised about the Tatra Creek tributary and the contribution that made. I know that area. The other question around that, so why on earth did they take water from the Menhir Kia to water the Dunstan Flats when you got the Cletha River right there? Is there an issue with electricity, water rights or something?
No, it's more that it's historically been done in that it's all part of the Lower Menhir Kia Irrigation Company, and they have always had some shareholders, and their distribution network has always gone down to Dunstan Flats. Yes, potentially you could take it from a different source. The advantage of bringing, I know some of the water used on Dunstan Flats uses gravity and is piped down, so you get the benefit of pressurized piped water rather than having to pump it up from the Cletha. But it's more the racers go there and have for a long period of time, and it's sort of more of an historic thing rather than a sort of it's necessitated because there's no other water source.
Yeah, initially you said that was a reasonably recent thing, but is that relative to the other two? So how long ago did that happen?
The original Menhir Kia scheme is one of the oldest in the whole district, and I think it's 1908 that it originally started, but it got expanded when Falls Dam was created in the 1930s, and then the races themselves have had quite a lot of when I say recent work, I'm talking about sort of prior to Ministry of Works relinquishing them in the sort of 60s, 70s and 80s. But like since, there was always water going down to Dunstan Flats in the Ministry of Works time. So it hasn't changed since the farmers took over ownership in late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, okay.
That's not that recent.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thanks very much for that. It was helpful.
I'm intrigued that the Manuhiri Kia system has survived, maybe, because there is no minimum flow regime, and it's being managed by the users themselves. Now, there must be some lessons in that, right, to be learned and passed on. What are those lessons?
So when I say there's no flow regime, there's two things in the current water for Otago plan. One is there is a minimum flow that's set at OFA, which is about halfway up the catchment. But that part of the river is used to transport significant quantities of irrigation water released from Falls Dam. So the minimum flow has really never ever been, it's hardly ever get close to being met. Flows are always a lot higher than it. That minimum flow is only 820 litres a second, and usually at OFA you've got sort of 2 to 3 QMEX in the summer irrigation season. So the minimum flow isn't it's enforced, but it never comes into play that often. The other thing that is there is Falls Dam has a residual flow, on it as part of its consent conditions, which requires 500 litres a second to be released from the dam. Or the flow below the dam has to be at least 500 litres a second. Usually a lot more than that is released for irrigation anyway. So again, that doesn't become too much of an issue other than at the end of the irrigation season when they're wanting to refill storage, and therefore they will not want to release very much water. So, but in terms of the other part of your question that talked about how it has survived, part of it is the water users, which are predominantly the irrigators, have got together, and the Falls Dam Company that operates Falls Dam, basically all the irrigators in the Manurkia Valley have signed an agreement that is a Falls Dam agreement, and it requires them to go on irrigation restrictions when Falls Dam Company asks them to. And what Falls Dam Company does, somewhat voluntarily, is that they manage their storage in Falls Dam to achieve two things. One, they want the storage to last as long as possible through the season, and their ideal would be that the dam is empty on the last day of the irrigation season, and which I think is usually about the 15th of April. That would be their ideal. And what they do is they impose restrictions when the water storage is getting lower, and as well as imposing the restrictions, they also manage it to achieve a 900 litre a second minimum flow at the bottom of the catchment. So that the irrigators themselves have sort of got together and come up with a sort of a flow regime that they're managing the river to, and they've been pretty successful in achieving that. I'm not saying that that's the right number, but without those controls and without those measures being imposed by the irrigators, your point of the river might not have survived, yeah, it is very real, but it's those restrictions and those management, that management regime has ensured that it does survive and is there for people to enjoy.
And the point is that it's worked to date. And if you use the adage, why fix something that ain't broken? It's not quite that. It isn't quite that. I know, I understand that, but which is why I think the lessons to be learned from that will be quite valuable as we move ahead.
Yeah, the only qualifier I would put to that is that those regimes have really been developed by the water users without, yes, they have tried to consider community and sort of other values, but it's mainly irrigators and water users who are in the room making the decisions. And as we move forward and with the guidance in terms of NPS freshwater management, there needs to be the effectiveness of those current management practices just needs to be revisited and checked and make sure that we are actually achieving as much as we possibly can for as many groups as we possibly can, and not just one group dominating. That would be my only query. But I do agree with you that there's some very good lessons to be learned, and there's some experience that should be drawn upon in creating future flow management scenarios and regimes.
Good. Thank you very much.
Yeah, hi, Ian. Nice to see you again.
I'll be here.
I do have a few questions on their evidence, but they've either been covered off by you just now or by others. But I just did have one question, and it's more come out of your brief where you've talked. I suppose you've talked at paragraph 7 about potential changes in how irrigators may use water moving to crops with shorter season, and then you've talked at the end, paragraph 11, about regulatory changes that require changes in crop type, etc.
Yep.
And I was just wondering if it's an issue having farmers with different land uses, and I suppose I'm thinking there around farmers who are requiring water at different times of the season, or at different, the amount of water that maybe you need for conveyance through the race network or to reach certain levels at certain reservoirs. Is it an issue if people respond in different ways to these pressures? Is there an advantage if people respond in the same way?
Yes and no. One of the advantages of the Manihira and Central Otago generally is you have a climate that suits a variety of crops. So as Kate Scott mentioned, like there's horticulture, there's viticulture, there's orchards, there's sheep and beef, there's irrigated deer, there's dairy farms, there's quite a diversity of land uses within the catchment already. And for irrigation schemes, if you have different crops that require water at different times, it gives you a lot more flexibility in terms of managing your water. And at this, say in the Manihira situation, you have say cherries and apricots and peaches and that sort of thing, which all require very reliable water, both for frost fighting in September, October, but also for making sure the crop reaches maturity for harvest Christmas, January. Viticulture likes having water early in the season, and then from about March onwards, it doesn't want any water because you're wanting it to ripen, and viticulture itself tends to limit its water use so it can control the quality of the grapes. And then to the other extreme, you have pasture, and particularly pasture for, say, dairy, where you're needing substantial grass growth right through the season. They require reliable water all the way through. And then you have sort of people who grow lucerne, which mainly for, say, feed in the winter. They will want water early so they can get lots of cuts of silage or hay. But then if the squeeze goes on, they can stop and the lucerne will survive. So having a variety of crops is really good for a scheme, and we're lucky in the Manihira that we have that. Getting the other part of your question of how people respond to change, and if people respond differently, there's always going to be a variety of responses. The one good thing in terms of that Falls Dam Company having sort of an overarching control is not really the right word, but they have all the irrigators in at least the Manihira Valley itself have signed an agreement, or almost all of them have signed an agreement with Falls Dam Company. So it ends up being like a big water users group, and that allows, or sort of gives more ability to change as a group, and for the slow adapters, for want of a better word, get encouraged by the fast adapters I'm not sure if that really answers your question.
Yeah, no, it did actually. So thanks. No, that was helpful. Thanks. That's all from me.
Thank you, Mr. Floyd. I don't have any particular questions. Everything that I was wondering about has been answered. So thank you for the effort that you put in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Page, can we do one more?
Well, I'll be happy to, if that's what you'd like to do.
I think we should try and get
Yes.
Miranda Hunter out of the way.
Yes,
and then-
I'd be grateful if we could. So Miranda is apparently online. I think she now has to. Oh, hang on, Kate. Are we not?
Be coming on your screen momentarily.
The chair didn't really mean to say it like that. Get her out of the way.
Well, she's from Southland. She's a robust person. I'm sure she'll go. And she probably doesn't hear either.
No.
Here we go.
There we go.
Thank you for joining us, Miranda. We can now see you all on screen, so you should be live in the hearing room now. Except that you appear to have your microphone on mute. There we go. That's better. No, still we can't hear you.
She's not muted. Now she's muted.
Okay, so you see, we're now seeing on the screen, hopefully you can see as well that you're muted again. And now off again. No, that hasn't helped. I've run out of any technical suggestions.
Turn the microphone on.
Miranda, if you're plugged into the monitor, a separate monitor, can you unplug from that? That may well be interfering with your microphone. Can you say something?
Hello.
We can hear you. We can hear you now, but we have a frozen picture of you looking quite thoughtful.
Oh dear. Right. So anyway, you can hear me?
Yes, that's the more important thing. So shall we proceed with what we have, and we will just do a thoughtful gaze.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Okay. My name is Miranda Hunter. You've got my background. I suppose the short take of my background is that I'm a consultant who practically deals with farmers and projects about action and change on the ground and towards improving outcomes. So you can probably tell I'm more comfortable out in the paddock than I am in a hearing room trying to deal with some, microphones, etc. So I've read the code of conduct for witnesses and agree to comply with that. What I want to talk about, which many people have talked about prior to me, is the complexity of farm systems and transitioning between systems. Farm systems are both biological and business. There are many factors outside of farmers' control. In simple terms, a farmer has a bundle of resources, takes inputs, makes choices to produce a product, but it's not that simple. Farmers have always had to change their farm systems in response to market prices and climatic. If they make the wrong choice, it puts their farming business, their families, their livelihoods at risk. They're now also being required to adapt because of other forces such as policy changes, regs, those sorts of things. Often these challenges are new to them and they haven't seen them coming down the pipeline, towards them. And it gives them less time to plan and work through that change. And as many of the previous speakers have talked about, these changes have sped up over the recent years. When regulation requires farm systems change and potentially investment in new structures, whether they be upgraded or new, farmers are expected to absorb the cost within their business. The failure of a farm means losing both the business and the home, and in many rural communities, the failure of one farm can go through the whole area and the regional area. So there's a number of factors that means change requires a longer time frame, and there are also risks with change. Farmers have been implementing change to improve their practices and mitigate their impacts. There needs to be direction and certainty that these changes are going to be taken into account. A significant risk is taken when making change, and these can have a widespread impact, such as on debt, the returns they make, the business and the home all being at risk. So what I'm asking for is an understanding that farming, business, family, community are all linked, and therefore if there's failure, it is a big deal. Policy and regulation needs to take into account the complexity of the farm system. And due to this complexity and the number of factors involved, farmers need time to make change, and in particular when it is a big change. And until we know what the change is, we can't predict the timeline that will be required to make that change. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. We'll start those, Commissioner Kiewit.
Hi, Miranda. Good to see you again. And we can see you now. You're moving around.
Good.
Just you're talking about those long time frames, and just trying to put in context how that all works with. In your paragraph 25, you talk about that research project. I'm trying to work out what that means. You're saying between 1995 and 2015, there's been quite a change in practice.
Yeah.
Where all these things have been reduced, these impacts. But then in D, when you talk about the known and developing mitigation actions that could be put in place, there'll be further loads reduced by 2035.
Yeah.
Is that on top of, that's in addition to what's already happened in the paragraphs A to C?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's another step to reducing that. And what I'm interested in around that is you're suggesting we need a longer time frame. 2030 is not that far away. So the issue around that is that the cost of mitigations, and does that extend into changing land uses? So I guess the question is, why do you need that time when what you're saying here is that it's achievable almost?
Yeah, so it depends on the scale of change that is required. So I've just finished doing a project where we've used a case study farm, which happens to be a dairy farm in Southland, and it's an AgMart project. So we've looked at the landscape features, and then we've looked at, if you like, the low-hanging fruit we can take without making a significant capital investment, and what scale of change we can actually make. And I suppose the heartening thing from that project is that we did get a 20+% reduction in nitrogen loss and about a 15% reduction in phosphorus loss through that low-hanging fruit. So that wasn't asking the farmer to make big change or cost to their farm system. It was more about how can we implement good management practice and make improvement. So once we get beyond that 20% to 30%, we then start moving towards a more a significant level of change, which could include fundamental farm systems change or land use change. So that's in dairying, where it's more intense and they've got levers to pull. And sheep and beef, particularly extensive sheep and beef, they have less levers to pull and will have less, inherently, most of them will have less low-hanging fruit, if you like.
Yeah.
So have I answered your question correctly, Alan?
Yeah, no, that's good, thanks. And I guess because your expertise is around that nutrient loading issue, so can I take it from your evidence that it's possibly easier to deal with than the irrigation water use stuff that we're hearing about? All related.
Yeah, it's all interlinked. I suppose the difference with is the capital cost and the investment that's going to be required to get that fine tuning in the way that water is used. So if they've already made the investment and there's some tweaks they can do to get some more out of the capital investment they've currently made, yes, that's fine. But in many cases, they will need to invest a significant level of capital. So it's a wee bit different.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. And in relation to that, you in your paragraph 27, you talk about our land and water challenge.
Yeah.
What actually is that? I see the work. I have to admit that my tired old eyes had trouble reading that figure 1.
Yeah.
But what is the land and water challenge? Is that something you guys have?
No, that's a national program, and they have got 3 main streams. So they're looking at basically new systems, transitioning, and they're looking at a range of methods and projects. The good thing that they do, so that's a collaboration, so Ag Research, NZIER, there's a range of very smart people there. And so the rest of us can pick up some of their work and look at the frameworks they're making towards that change piece. So it's a really good point for us to, lever off. Yeah,
okay, so that's sort of going to more about how you implement those changes and what you have to go through to get there.
Yeah, and also that particular project is also looking at the different land use options that might be thought about going forward. So it's a bit more blue sky than the rest of us normally have the option of looking at.
Yeah. Okay, well, thanks very much for that.
Cool.
Miranda, I just want to focus a little bit on the risk question that you raise here in your paragraph 33 in your visual evidence. And I'd be interested in learning a bit more about your actual experience in any one or all 3 of those categories that you refer to there about, moving early, stranded capital assets, or moving in the wrong direction. How extensive are these risks impacting on farmers? I mean, are they real and ongoing and extensive?
Thank you for that question. That's a good question. The risks are immediate to farmers. So Jo Hay talked with a lot of passion in her voice about the challenges farming is facing and communities are facing, and I think that really brings it forward. So at the moment, a lot of action on ground is actually not happening because they are paralysed as to what to do. So they're worried that if they put a mitigation in place now, and if they have to meet some limit going forward, that the mitigation they put in place now won't be counted. so that they will get hit twice. They're worried if they invest now that they might not invest in the right thing. And yeah, so they're just holding fire. And in many ways, from my point of view, because I'm obviously quite practical, it's a real shame because time is our friend, and the longer we have to make change, the better. So while they are paralysed in terms of knowing what changes to make because they don't have that certainty, it is eating into very valuable time.
Yeah, I mean, the sort of time frame issue sort of transcends all the things we've been talking about this afternoon. Everything takes time, but I appreciate the fact that in this case there are some real sort of financial risks that farmers would be aware of and wary of, I guess, all in the same breath. So but these risks they haven't just appeared now, have they?
No, farmers are great problem solvers like no other. They solve problems every single day of their lives, and many small problems, many large problems. So they're used to trying to evolve and change their systems. So that is not a problem for them. Where it is different now is the change is coming from all fronts. It's coming fast, and the scale and degree of what they are required to do is not clear. So if we go back to the 80s, and I graduated from Lincoln in the 80s, which was when, it was a tough time in farming. Subsidies, got taken off. Most farmers came through that. So even though it was real tough, they got through it because they were dealing with one thing, and it was a certain thing. Basically, the subsidies got taken off, they hit the floor, but they knew that the only way was up from there. Okay, so whereas now it's very grey, and it's very multi-layered for them, and so there's this real lack of clarity. But they are fabulous problem solvers.
Yeah, great. Thanks very much.
Yeah, no, thanks for your evidence. No questions from me.
Cool.
And I too don't have any questions, Miranda, so thank you very much for the time that you've made available to us and for your evidence. So that really brings us to an end today. Now, I appreciate that Mr. Freeman's missed out, but we probably need a little bit of time for him, and I'm just not sure whether you were intending on calling him at the end or at the start.
Well, the intention was to call him today, but he has confirmed that he is available tomorrow.
Right.
But in the ordinary course of things, I would call him first thing simply because he's next on the list, but for no other reason than that. If you have a preference to call him last, having heard all of the other evidence, which seems to be the traditional role of planners at the end of hearings, I will liaise with him to see whether he has constraints that we need to work around. So,
look, in a way, it's better that if he's available, that we deal with him straight away the first thing in the morning while we're fresh.
All right, I will make sure he's available at 9 o'clock.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.